Pardon me?
Can you hear Greg or Gus?
Greg
Yes,
is
I hear you,
muted.
Greg.
Okay, and how about me?
Sorry, Gus. Oh,
Yep, I hear you too, Gus. Oh, sorry, Sid.
no, Gus's microphone is muted, but I guess he was talking into the MCC mic.
Yeah, okay, so you can hear me through the MCC mic? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Great.
So we are recording.
Okay, fantastic.
And can you hear me? Ann, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Yes, I do. I hear you, Dan. Thank you.
I can hear everybody.
Fantastic. All right, let's do this. All right, welcome everybody to the June 12th regular meeting of the Midcoast Community Council. And will you do the roll?
Sure. Greg,
Here.
Gus,
Here.
Scott,
Here.
Dan,
Here?
Claire,
Here.
Kimberly,
She's not here yet, but she'll be here in about 5-ish minutes.
okay, and I am here. Yeah, thank you.
Great. All right, let's start with report of government officials. And who do we have with us? We have Harvey. I see Harvey. Harvey, do you have anything for us?
Yeah, briefly. Out of respect for the tragic loss of our mayor's son, we haven't had a council meeting recently. At the upcoming meeting on the 18th, we're going to be discussing the budget, which is a big deal, of course. And the other upcoming meeting that people are really interested in is we have had 3 appeals for the Planning Commission approval of the 555 Kelly retired or senior farm worker housing project. And those appeals will be heard June 26th, starting at, I think, 5 o'clock, because we anticipate it's going to be a long meeting. That's all I have. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
All right. Anyone from the council questions for Harvey? No?
Jill Grant has her hand
Okay,
raised.
Dan, I think has something. Yes, Dan?
I just thought I'd like to ask for a 15-second moment of silence.
Fine.
for the loss.
Absolutely. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Our thoughts are still with the mayor and his family.
Absolutely.
All right. Anything else from the council for Harvey? No. All right. I see we have Jill's hands raised. Jill.
I'm hearing that the mitigation measures are going to be implemented for the RV park, and they're going to cut down the trees. And I wonder what kind of screening they'll have after the trees are cut down, and then will they also put, put something on the lights so that it directs the bright light downward, because they still don't have that. The lights are still without anything to direct them downward, shine out. Can you answer that?
No. Is that a city thing about those trees?
Which RV park?
Pillar Point RV Park.
That's,
Bathroom.
I believe that's on the Harbor District property.
Yeah.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with you.
That's my understanding, yeah.
Well, actually, there was conditions of approval, I believe, based on the planning, the city of Half Moon Bay planning for the changes. I think that actually was part of it. So it's kind of a gray area. You should be aware of it. Harvey. I would think, well, at least the planning department would be. That's my understanding. It was condition of approval for the CDP.
I can
Retro.
help.
Who was that?
That was Lisa.
Okay, Lisa?
So the Harbor District is in the process of revising the RV park lease. That was on their agenda this morning. I notified you about that. They discussed the communication I sent about the conditions of approval for the CDP and continuing the item until tomorrow. They're having a special meeting tomorrow at 5 p.m. If you wish to speak, you need to be there in the room. You can find that information on the Harbor website. As far as the conditions of approval for the RV park, on the MCC website, under the Shoreline tab, Pillar Point Harbor page, there's a section on the RV park, and the complete conditions of approval for the CDP, the after the fact CDP, are included there. And my letter concerned the vegetation. There are very specific conditions of approval about what is supposed to be planted in its place and how high and all that. But what I didn't mention, there are other sections on lighting, for example, with very specific conditions of approval. And so if you're interested in any aspects of the RV park, check out those conditions of approval and go to the Harbor District meeting. They are co-CDP applicants, or whatever you want to call it. The Harbor District and the Harbor Commission and the lessee. The CDP was done by the city of Half Moon Bay because it's in the city, and all the people have changed over since this was done, because it was 5 years ago this was approved, and none of these conditions have been carried out. And so I sent a copy of my letter to the current community development director for Half Moon Bay and haven't heard back from him. But and then of course the Harbor District manager wasn't there. So but the document is there, and the Half Moon Bay Planning Commission did a very thorough job on describing what needed to be done to comply. That's all I have.
Thanks,
Thank-
Lisa.
I have something to add. Just I remember the general manager of the Harbor District, Jim Pruitt, told me personally that those cypress trees will be removed. And he seemed to be pretty proud of that. Just for the record.
Okay. Okay. Sid, you have a question for Harvey?
No, I had my hand up for other things.
Okay. So what other, are you?
Well, let's get to the
Okay, all
public
right.
officials first.
Yeah, okay, fine. Anybody else for Harvey? No? Okay. Any other government officials in the Zoom before I turn it over to Marcel? No? Okay, Marcel, anything for us? Let the microphone there.
Table.
This is fine. Oh, for the last one? Thank you. Thanks. Hi, everybody. My name is Sola Escalada here with Supervisor Mueller's office. This is the supervisor's report since we last met. So item number 1 that I want to give you an update on is medical care on the coast. Some of these points are for clarification. So negotiations are still taking place between urgent care providers for services, and these services would be for the end of July through the end of the year. The supervisor is not involved in this conversation. It is between the San Mateo County Health and providers, since it's not appropriate for the supervisor to be involved in it because it requires expertise, which is provided by the county's experts. They're trying to ascertain if C10 would reopen by the end of the year, and the supervisor is also working with the health department to achieve this goal, while also working with medical providers. In summary, opening a short-term urgent care facility to be operational until the end of the year will require the county to pay for it. To create a permanent and long-term care facility, it would be paid by insurance and medical providers. And thus far, in the last couple of months, I think in March, we had sent a letter asking for data so that we could see what the what the needs would be, that we would have to identify through data. So these were sent to different providers, like Aetna, Dignity Health, and different individuals. And that's item number 1, medical care on the coast. Item number 2, the CRISP, which is the Coastal Resilient Infrastructure Strategic Plan. So just to refresh your memory, as the coast had gone through many different climate impacts, there were largely unmitigated risks posed by the loss of lifeline infrastructure on the coast. So the supervisor proposed a development of the CRISP, which would analyze and evaluate coastal infrastructure and identify areas that should be targeted to strengthen coastal resiliency. The results of this analysis and evaluation could then be used to support efforts with businesses, utility providers, local, regional, state, federal agencies to prioritize identified needs, and the results would also allow emergency management agencies to anticipate, prepare for, and respond to climate-related disasters, safeguard, and secure critical lifeline infrastructure. So we just had the CRISP meeting. We had a successful meeting. Your chair was there, Gus. There were 50 agency representatives, very few elected representation. In fact, I don't recall which elected representative. There was probably one, maybe 1 or 2, I'm miscounting possibly, but very few elected representation. County is doing the engineering assessment of Marauder Road. The question is, should we start the long-term or the short-term fix? Because both are very expensive. It would take $3 million to stabilize those holes. Item number 3, the CPUC. So if you recall at the last meeting, I mentioned the latest update on the CPUC, and I had given you information on the upcoming meeting that would be June 20th. Well, just to refresh your memory a little bit more, in March of this year, the supervisor wrote a letter to the CPUC regarding AT&T's applications for relief of being carrier of last resort, also known as a COLAR. He emphasized the need for service, especially due to our geographic location and the impacts on the elderly, retired individuals on fixed incomes, and the safety issues faced by residents. So on June 20th, he will be at the San Luis Obispo City Hall, where he will speak at 11 in the morning. I will be sending you all the link in my follow-up email when I share the information that I share at this meeting. So I will be sending you the link so you can know how to participate if you wish to participate. If you want to watch the public meeting, I'll send that information as well. If you want to make a public comment by speaking, then I'll send you that information as well. I do want to say that we found out there was an assembly member who introduced the bill. This bill would no longer require a telephone corporation like AT&T seeking relief from carrier of last resort obligations to be a carrier of last resort or to have any carrier of last resort obligations if the telephone corporation submits a notice containing certain information to the commission and modifies and removes its commission tariffs. So we will have to rally people up for this, and this may make it difficult, but still, we're going to be prepared for that.
Which assembly member introduced that? I just want to know who's paying for this person.
I believe it's assembly member
McKenna.
I don't know who that is. So wait to find out who that is. Okay.
Okay.
It'd be nice to know who actually wrote the language. A lot of times they have lobbyists do that.
Sponsored bills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Super convenient bill.
We don't have a long time between now and June 20th, so if you do have questions, it would be good to have your questions. Item number 4, residential burglary pilot program.
I'm sorry, June 20th deadline is for
Oh,
the
sorry.
AT&T?
The hearing for the CPUC for the AT&T issue is June 20th, and it starts at 11 in the morning. And I'll provide you all my.
In
all-
Sacramento.
No, in San Luis Obispo.
Oh,
City Hall. I will provide you all the links that you need in case you want to participate. It'd be great to have. The last item I have an update for you on is the residential burglary pilot program. And that is only for District 3. So this Tuesday at the board meeting, the board approved Supervisor Mueller's request for $125,000 from district discretionary funds to establish a pilot reward program for information on residential burglary crimes in San Mateo County, District 3. We would be working with the Sheriff's Office and the District Attorney's Office. I will provide you with a link to the resolution if you want to read it and, to its extent, but it's basically what I'm telling you is the gist of it. And the supervisor also had a really nice press conference on Monday. So if you didn't see it be aired, it might still be on the air. And I don't have the link for that, but I could find it.
So I have a question for Marisol, but really I'm going to lobby and make a point here with Gus. I would like to see the list of things that's included in CRISP, but it's not fair to ask you. What I'm really asking for is more visibility for the process, the ability to participate, but at least some structure of the projects. I just found out from Michelle Dragety before the meeting that SFPUC has now admitted that Colostitos Creek Dam needs to be fixed. I've always suspected it was part of the flood of the sand plant. Is the flood of the sand plant in Colostitos Creek, is that included? You know, in other words, what is the scope of CRISP? What's in it? And I certainly have years of what do you want to call it, involvement in infrastructure around here. I'd like to be able to help structure, prioritize that effort. So I'm asking her for the details. It's not fair to ask her. What I'm really asking is for a visible process.
Okay, I've noted that. So if I am understanding your request, I'll provide the resource, but if not, then we can clarify that via email.
My understanding is the first stage is just trying to understand what infrastructure projects are already planned, and then kind of put all that on a board somewhere and understand, okay, what ones are we missing? So maybe that one is one we're missing.
I can help.
But and then once we understand which ones are planned and which ones are missing, then comes the prioritization of which things get done in what order and all of that. That's my understanding of the basic high-level process, but I could be.
I think it's a worthy agenda topic and worth continued discussion.
Fair enough.
I'll be prepared.
Okay. Does anyone else have, or were you done with your list? No, okay, sorry. I did not mean to.
No, just a quick plug for the fireworks buyback events that are planned. So if you can spread the word, I'll try to provide the information, but for the month of June, the Sheriff's Office and partners are going to host a series of anonymous fireworks buyback events across the county. And those who turn in fireworks will receive up to $200. Actually, the events would be June 15 from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Coastside Fire Protection District headquarters, 1191 Main Street, Half Moon Bay. The second event would be June 22nd, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Northern Branch Courthouse, 1050 Mission Road, South San Francisco. And Saturday, June 29 from 10 to 2 at the new Sheriff's Office, Substation 690 Broadway, Redwood City. I'll provide all of this in my update and I email all of you. And I believe now I have concluded all my.
Awesome. Question,
Do we have a question?
wait, don't go away.
Sid has her hand up, but I don't know if it's from Marisol.
Yeah, so let's start with council. So, and you have a question from Marisol?
Yeah, thank you, Marcel, for your report.
Sure.
Question about the fix at, was it Miramar Road, is that what it is?
Oh, uh-huh.
You posed questions whether we should consider a short-term or long-term fix. Is there gonna be some discussion, further discussion about that? Did I miss, that I should have down?
Okay, so all I know is that they're doing the assessment with Murata. And what they're trying to figure out is whether we should do the long-term or short-term fix, because they're both just as expensive. So I think that's what they're still trying to decide. After they make that decision, I mean, that is the latest update that the supervisor has provided me as of today.
Okay, so it's gonna be open to the public for discussion, or is it gonna be?
I don't know, I'll have to ask.
Okay. And also, I sent the supervisor and the MCC, there was a project in Hawaii that they were able to save the sand and build up. It seemed to be successful. It appeared to be very well, peer reviewed and scientists involved and all that. It seemed pretty positive. I would like to, what I could do is send it to you and resend it to supervisor, and see if something like that, as they're exploring, could be possibly looked into for that.
Send it to me and I'll take a look at it and then I can have a discussion.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Any other
Somebody else have a question?
questions from council?
Did Sid have a question?
Okay. Sid, is your hand raised for Marisol?
Yes, and also another item, but what was item number 4? Because I wrote down 4 and then the only thing I heard you say after a lot of discussion was something about a fireworks buyback. Was that your item 4?
No, okay, so item 4, Sid, was the residential burglary pilot program.
Residential what?
Residential burglary pilot program.
Oh, anti-burglary snitch program, right? Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Marisol?
Did you need me to repeat the fireworks?
I have it. I got it. I was at the board of supervisors meeting, so I heard.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, great. Awesome. Thank
Okay,
you,
great.
Marisol.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Then that gets us to public comment on items not on the agenda. So is that you, Sid?
Yes, that's me.
Okay, great.
One of the things that came up at the Board of Supervisors meeting, and perhaps Marisol was not brought up to date on this, was the county awarded Measure K money to Mid-Penn Housing for the Moss Beach Cypress Point project in the amount of $12,110,243. And they also rolled out a undisclosed last minute thing where now it's going to be for 18 farm worker housing, 55 regular family housing, and 4 homeless. But they said there's 77 units if you add up 18, 4, and 55. So I asked Ray to look into what's going on. And Ray Mueller, I should say. And also I left a message for Ray Hodges in the housing department to let us know. All of a sudden, they never told us the whole approval process that they're planning to put homeless people there. And they didn't say they were expanding it from 71 units to 78 units. So that's something to be aware of.
Okay. Jill?
It's 2024. Bob's on the GCSD board for candidates this year. So that's the Granada Community Services District. If you're interested, if you're open-minded or independent thinker, you're going to fit in well. It's also a paid position. It's $190 per meeting and a small commitment of 1 meeting per month for about 2 hours.
Oh,
What?
thank you. Yeah, but you wouldn't get a set of faces, Scott.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, any other public comments? Seeing none, closing public comment, which gets us to the consent agenda, which is the minutes from May 22nd. Kimberly, just in time, you had some things about the minutes, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
no worries. So, do we need to pull the minutes?
If we haven't made the corrections that I asked for, then
Then yes.
can we, you could approve the minutes with the corrections I requested.
Okay, who's,
I move that we approve the minutes with actually we need to say what the corrections are?
I don't think you actually need to say what they are, but I guess you could. Yeah, sure, why not? Quick.
So essentially, I asked for 2 changes to the minutes to my particular comments. And I just suggested what I actually said in the meeting.
Okay,
So I can read those out if anybody would like.
I trust you know what you said, but if anybody else would like her to do that, now's your time to
I did
ask
double
them.
check it with the video, so.
Okay, so it has been moved. Do we have a second?
Second. Sure.
Okay, great. Anne, will you call the roll?
Well, actually, is it now Kimberly because I'm not officially doing this anymore?
Oh,
Oh, that's right. I am now the secretary.
You're- My bad.
Thank you for reminding me.
Thank you
Ann.
for covering at the beginning.
The
Anne.
remote attendees haven't indicated their status for voting.
That's true. Okay, yes, okay, while you get situated there. Claire and Anne, if you want to be voting, then you have to invoke your exception under the, I can't remember the name of the number for the statute off the top of my head. But you have to invoke if you want to vote. This is the thing, we only get to do that like 3 times in a calendar year. Or you can not vote, but then have to treat you like anybody else in the public for the remainder of the meeting. So
Yeah.
would you like to invoke your exception?
Yes.
Okay, so Anne, so I need you to say, I'm invoking my exception under the,
Oh, sorry, I thought I was muted. Yes, so I'm invoking my exception so that I may vote this evening.
great, awesome. Claire, are you invoking yours?
I guess so. I'm sick. Do I only get to be sick 3 times in a year?
I think so. I don't think
I
they,
thought that was different. I thought there was something.
okay, well, we can look it up, but we'll have to do that later. So you want to invoke your exception?
Sure.
Great, awesome. So I need you to say you're invoking your exception so that you can vote tonight.
She said sure.
Okay, yeah, I know, but you just, there's like, I actually need you to say it like that.
Oh, I am invoking my exception.
Okay, great, awesome.
So
Good,
both
close
are
enough.
exceptions.
Both are exceptions and both will be voting. So now you may call the roll whenever you're ready.
Okay. Greg?
Here. I mean, yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Ann?
Yes.
Claire?
Yes.
Kimberly, yes. Gus?
Yes. Okay, great. Minutes are passed. Awesome. All right, that gets us to the regular agenda. First up is a draft letter about the Moss Beach Fire Station. I would love to be the one who drives any editing that we do. Can someone link me to whatever the
I
working
think
document?
Ann is the owner of the document.
Hey, Anne, will you link me to will you make me an editor of the document?
You know, I just noticed an error on the website. I posted this revised letter, but I posted it under item 4C rather than, so I'll move it later. But if you want to see the letter, it's posted under the El Granada Fire Station. It should have been posted under the 4A Moss Beach Fire Station remodel. And as far as linking you to the letter, Firehouse 44 MCC letter, is that the one? Gus?
It's
Yes.
Station 40.
Yeah, I can't share it. I'm not the owner, I don't think. Let me see. Midcoast, Gus.
And I think could do it.
Ann is the owner.
Oh, I can
Well-
do it. I can do it.
I made Greg an editor, so I'm hoping.
I can do it. I just did it.
You just did it. All right, awesome. I'm pulling it up now. All right.
You will find some comments from somebody in there.
Okay, yep, I see. Okay, do you want to screen share it so folks on Zoom can see
Okay,
it?
let's see if I can screen share it.
All right, we're just gonna go. Wait, so first of all, do Anne, Claire, or Kimberly, do you want to? Is there anything you want to say to frame this, or are we just diving in to the thing?
Claire, do you want to say anything?
I think Ann's gonna say most things, but since we're given a chance to say it, we've already written 2 or 3 letters on this. And we were tasked with sending a final letter after we received responses to our earlier 2 or 3 letters from the fire board. And the responses came on Monday afternoon. So we have been really hampered in our ability to respond to them. On the other hand, it was made easier by the fact that most of what they said back to us was, well, we're doing it the way we're doing it, and it's okay. So I sort of see this letter as a final summary letter of our position. And but it's pretty much the same position we've had all along. So it's nothing really new and exciting.
Okay, that's a great frame. All right, then let's dive in. I don't really want to read it aloud, but we'll give yes, Dan.
Well, before we get into the letter,
Yeah.
I have some general questions
Okay, go for
that,
it.
you know, maybe Ann, Claire, or Kimberly could answer.
Go. Okay.
You know, looking through the letter, it talked about some lights may not be dark sky international compliant. Some appear to utilize a high blue light, you know, or blue rich light. The last time the county was here, we had specifically asked for a list of information. One was a report from the fire district as to, you know, what other locations did they look at before they made their final decision as to rebuilding at the existing. The other was the full lighting plan. The other was the information sheets for each light fixture that they would use, which have all that information very clear. So I haven't seen any of this, and I've been very interested to look at it. Is it available yet? Or did
So I think it was circulated to the council. There was a response to our questions, and attached with it was the lighting, an updated lighting plan with a list of the lights. And that section of the letter actually is what I added, because, and if anybody has insight into lighting, because I'm not sure I interpreted it correctly, it sounded like they are attempting to meet our, you know, the needs that we've expressed. And one of the lights is specifically certified as Dark Skies International compliant, but the other lights did not appear to be, although they have special features that may make them somewhat compliant. I just wasn't sure.
So really, the only true way is if they give you the sheet. Actually, it could be more than one sheet, but basically for each light fixture.
They did.
Well,
I didn't see
see
that.
them.
Only
Ann, did
one
you
of
see
the
them?
light
Got it.
fixtures
I
has a
didn't-
seal of approval on it.
Claire,
I
Did
didn't
you-
see it.
Yes, it came on from the planner, Mr. Gia,
What
on
day?
the 10th of June. If you look through your email, you'll see it.
So where are we going with this?
So
say one thing for me. I mean, I had put those statements in my letter, which I wrote prior to obviously receiving whatever they sent us. And obviously I was leaving to take care of a family emergency. So that may be why I didn't see something. But all along, this has kind of been one of those things where I feel like it's always been after the fact. And most of their replies do not answer the questions fully. It's like a canned answer many times. And I don't think they're taking very serious at all the concerns that people have, particularly, and I had asked to list several of the health concerns. It got edited out of my letter, but I did ask to please give more specifics because I think it is important that they understand exactly just some of the health effects that all of these things create, whether it's decibel levels, whether it's light, whether it's the fumes that are being given off of by the trucks, their diesel storage, all of it is carcinogenic. I mean, there's so many things that they're just disregarding. And there's never been an explanation ever given of what other sites were looked at all, or even what methodology they used to decide what would be a suitable site. Nothing was provided. And so you have to assume that nothing was looked at because, there was no information whatsoever given. And I felt that should be in the letter to ask for that again, because we did ask during our meeting and that was just not, we were never provided that information. And, we've taken this very seriously, the safety issues. Of course, I have a personal reason for wanting to be safe, but so does everybody else. And I would be just as concerned if this was any other neighborhood. I would want the neighbors to be safe. I mean, I'm dealing right now with a situation that, my father most likely, he may be moving in, and what am I going to do? Put him in even more risk? I mean, this, and it's not fair to do, not even just to me, but to anyone. And my father was a retired firefighter, and I feel like there's just no concern for the people who live nearby and who you're supposed to serve. And I think that's really sad. And particularly when they do it to one of their own, I think that's really pretty bad, in my opinion. And, there's no reason for a station of this size in that neighborhood. They have mutual response. You have it right in El Granada, and that station can easily handle more firefighters. And it wasn't that long ago that Half Moon Bay had their remodel. And you're going to have a new one down in Pescadero. There are going to be plenty of stations and plenty of places to, have firefighters stationed should a major event happen. So their excuses for the size and everything else is just, it's simply not right. I mean, 10,000 square feet for 3 firefighters, 3. I mean, it's absurd. And you're putting all the neighbors at risk. Why? I mean, that's the thing. I mean, when Pillar Ridge had an issue with the propane tanks, we were very supportive of them. And, now that company is gone and it's been cleared away and is no longer a hazard. But that was something that we were very concerned about as a council. And, and I feel we should be just as concerned about this. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, right.
So from a process point of view, if I understand correctly, we're entertaining some high-level comments before we go into proposed detail edits. So, point of information, I put proposed detail edits in this draft.
Yep.
But in addition, I want to piggyback on the comments made by Dan and Ann, because there's a phrase in here, it says, "It would be helpful for the community to understand the evaluation measures and options that were considered to inform the current site choice." So I reviewed the 1-paragraph reply we got back through planning, and they basically just blew us off. They didn't explain what they'd looked at, what criteria were used. And so I'm just making a comment, and I don't know what the council wants to do in terms of the letter, but in my humble opinion, spending taxpayer money requires a transparent process, including consideration of the alternative of selling the current site land while moving to another location and avoiding the time and expense of a temporary station. And for the reasons Ann has pointed out, it seems there's another location that would have much better traffic, access and response time benefits. But we're not being given access to that decision process. So now, I don't know what that means in terms of what we want to say in the letter, but I'm agreeing with Ann and Dan on the point. We were not given the information we asked for, and it's taxpayer money, and I know they're a separate fiefdom, but I do believe we have the right to understand the process. That's just my opinion.
So, to piggyback that, that's the most important part of this letter to me. Because when I think about the temporary site, and I think about the proposed site, the only difference to me, the only difference to me is the proposed site has a better view and it's quieter. Okay, the temporary site is near the highway and doesn't have an ocean view. If I were living there, that's what I would want, but it's not appropriate for the neighborhood, right? Doesn't that make sense? They should sell that property and move down to where the temporary site is. Probably, so. And that, but my point is that part of the letter is the most important. If I could make it in red and bold, I would double the font size and do everything like that.
Okay. Yes, Kimberly.
So I agree with that. I do think, though, they gave us responses. The response, it's not the response we wanted, but they did respond. And so I feel like these comments shouldn't rehash what we've already commented on verbally and in writing. We should summarize what we've already said and get to the main points like this one. And, maybe in this letter, we want to move that point up to the top. I think the takeaway in what they said to us at the meeting that they were at and in their responses is that the alternatives were simply too expensive for them to cover the cost. And so without seeing those cost comparisons, it's hard to know, what that is. It would be great to see more detail. I think we should ask for it, but that's the impression I have from the responses we've received from them so far.
Okay. Would the council consider an edit along the lines of, it is disappointing that the council has not been provided with the criteria and evaluation measures and options that were used. We view it as an important part of a transparent public governance process for this information to be provided, something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I actually drafted a different version of this letter that's shorter but more to the point, and it put that in the second paragraph. And I'm happy to share that if you would like, but I want to respond to Ann's point that, Ann, I thought everything that you put in here is important. I just think rehashing everything we've already said doesn't best serve the goal that we want to make, because they're not going to read the same things again and be receptive, and we want them to be receptive to what we have.
What good is not saying anything? You know what I mean? Because if they're not being responsive to what you've asked them the first time, second time, and possibly third time, I mean, it just goes to show that they don't want to. But I don't see how shortening what you say or asking for less because you asked for it before helps.
I think we simply summarize and refer to what we said previously, but I don't think we have to say exactly what we said previously. Otherwise, we would just send in the same letter. That was just my view on it. It wasn't a personal, thing.
I understand. I just feel like this is something that I've seen before in the past at the MCC when they water down things to where the letters get very wishy-washy sounding, and you leave out a lot of things that you want. And I don't have a problem reiterating something over and over again, even if someone is not responsive, because they're not going to respond. Let's face it. I don't think at this point this letter is going to matter that much. But if we show that we have repeatedly asked for the same things and have gotten either no response or insignificant responses, I just feel that at least I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but if there is any point of contention, we can at least say, look, we covered all of these areas and they are just simply not responding. And moreover, this is for the planning department, right? So this is not just for the applicant. The applicant can respond to what we're asking for, but also for planning. We're hoping that the planning department would then turn around and ask for some of these things, especially when Mr. Gia was one of the first ones to write in about the size being inappropriate and the setbacks. He was the one who made those comments prior to us making them.
And I don't think we're asking for any less than we've ever asked for. I think we're just talking about, if we're talking about the same portion of the letter that we talked about before, among the three of us, we're just reducing some of the wordiness so that what we are asking for stands out. I don't think we've reduced what we've asked for in the least.
Yeah, no, it was like your second iteration of the letter I thought was pretty good because I thought it did just that, with the exception of listing, some of the health effects, but that's okay. I can live without that. But I don't want to keep condensing this to the point that you're not asking things, just say, oh, please refer to our previous letter. I think it's okay to reiterate some of the points from the other letters, particularly some of the things that Dan has pointed out, just so that we can let them know that we really would like them acted upon.
Well, Kimberly is saying she has a shorter version, but she didn't say she was leaving anything out. So I'd be interested in what her shorter version contains, if it's the same points or not.
Yeah, I would too.
I think I'm nervous about that because I want to defer to Anne's need to have certain things in there, and I respect your strong feelings on that, and I'm okay if you want to add back the health effects in there as well, but I guess what I wanted to do was sharpen this letter, not expand the letter. And I think sharpening the letter, will make our point more, people will be more receptive to it. I also wanted to change the tone of the letter a little because I don't want us to be beating up on planning staff, hammering at them with the same thing over and over, so that, to reword things in a way that makes them more receptive and willing to be helpful, I think, is a more constructive approach.
Can we include the previous letter as a sort of attachment or something and say, we're, for your convenience, we're attaching the previous letter, which has, our detailed thoughts on some of these issues like the health stuff. And that way we don't have to put it in the main body of this letter, but we are including it in the package. Will that work? Does anybody?
Except they do have it. If they look at their packet of application materials, it's all there.
We have public comment at some point.
At some point. Okay. I don't think we're anywhere close to public comment yet.
So you're saying put two letters in there?
Yeah, we're just send it as an attachment alongside.
Kimberly's letter is an attachment?
This is the main.
This is not my letter. This was a truly a collaboration.
Right, this one. Yes. The prior.
This is the main letter, and that's the prior letter is an appendix.
Okay.
Yeah. That way it's all together in one place.
But it is all together in one place anyway.
Sure, but just in case. And if anybody, anybody in the public or whatever wanted to look at it, it would all be together.
So I would like to get to a point where we vote on it.
Well, we've got to finish the edits.
Yes, we haven't
Okay,
actually.
You want to do it on the fly, right?
Yes, we're gonna do it. I think we have
We're
to
gonna do it on the fly.
Yes,
Okay.
because it has to be voted on tonight.
Yes.
So. Okay, so now can we? Yes, Dan.
I just wanted to add quickly that, okay, so they sent it 2 days ago.
Right.
All this information and our busy schedules, we're supposed to digest this and actually truly understand what it is in this short amount of time. I find that disrespectful. When did we ask for it? 3 weeks ago?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not good.
So to make that a productive comment, do we want to put that complaint in this letter or not?
I think in our sentence about it's disappointing, we could say it's disappointing that
Okay.
the information came with only 48 hours to adjust it before responding to it.
Good idea.
And, you know, we can just express a couple disappointments and then we'll get to our main point here.
And it also looks like there's some incomplete information in what they sent, so I think, I don't know, I'm starting to think we should ask them to come so that we can ask them questions and get some clarifications before we. Yeah, am I the only one that
No,
has questions that?
I alluded to that in the section on the lighting, that it would be helpful to have an actual lighting expert come and talk to us about what the lights actually will look like on the ground in operation.
To take that a step further, are you suggesting we ask that they delay approval and hearings
I
until
think we
these?
did ask that, right? And they said no.
Well, to Ann's point, it's not clear we're asking for an extension until these concerns are addressed.
One thing I can note that the drawing that they provided, they don't have any measurements of off-site. And I think it's pretty impossible that there will be zero. So, you know, yes, there's a bunch of measurements here as far as light intensity. How does that compare with the surrounding, you know, neighborhood, next door, across the street? That's hard to know for sure. Although I'm pretty certain it's gonna be a hell of a lot brighter than you know, the neighbors.
It's hard to know without somebody going through the details with us. I mean,
Right.
the set of lights that they've chosen that are dark skies compliant looks like it meets what we would like to have, but those aren't all the lights. Those are only I think those are only the perimeter lights.
Well,
So they would be mounted, my understanding is those lights would be mounted on the wall behind the station, and then the light flows in towards the station. But the other lights, it was unclear to me how those would function because they rely on dimmers and then they're also dual lighting, right? So one is.
they said that, but from what I'm looking at, I don't see it. So I have questions on that. And, yes, they have lights on the walls, they have lights on the building, but I don't see the specific information as to what light is in the front of the building. And, like at the garage base, and then they also have some bollards around the walkway.
Should I keep sharing?
It's difficult to know.
So I agree with you. I would like to see more details and understand it better.
Can we start actually editing this letter now? Great. Awesome. Okay.
Yeah, with this context.
Yeah, okay, I'm glad, because it gives us some idea of what needs to change about it. In terms of adding the "we're disappointed" bit, what if we change the opening sentence to remains concerned about both process and content issues related to this project, and then we'll insert our sentences about the process disappointments, and then the rest of it flows from there, because the rest of it is content. Everyone cool with that?
Yes.
Yes, and you're gonna do
Do that right now.
And I sent you an invitation to the
I
alternative
already
version.
did. Oh, to the alternative version.
In case that's helpful. I'm not sure it is.
It's a lot to digest on the fly.
If anyone objects to what I'm doing, just holler. one thing. What was the other thing we were disappointed in?
Well, we cover it down below about how they didn't provide the details of the alternatives, the criteria and so forth. I have a comment later in the letter that you could read to.
Okay, so say that one more time.
I have a comment down in the letter.
It's like the third.
It says something like, and you know, this is just a start. Spending taxpayer money requires a transparent process, including consideration of the alternative of selling the current site land while moving to another location and avoiding the time and expense of a temporary station. When we get down to that section, maybe that's where we put this, I don't know. Or you move that entire section down below up here, it's up to you. Probably break a paragraph in there somewhere.
Let's just want to get to the content stuff anyway.
So if they moved it to a new site, it wouldn't require any new engineering drawings. They would just take the existing plan that they would have to pull through and plumb it right down.
No,
No?
highly.
I don't think we can say that.
Oh, okay.
You would hope there'd be some reusability, but, you know, the terrain is different.
Yeah, there may be some.
Oh, okay.
Environmental assessment.
Okay.
All right. Is everybody okay with this first paragraph now?
First two paragraphs, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Great. Look at us go.
Somewhere in there, I wanted to add the word "to." Do you know where that is?
Yeah, I
can't-
see that.
I'll let you accept it if you agree.
Yeah, yeah, sorry, we got there. So the that, and with the objects, now's your chance. The shape was on and its relationship that needs to be, do not allow for the same or at other sites, fine.
You know, I know that we need to do this.
Yeah.
We spent a lot of blood, sweat, and tears making this letter. And it feels kind of bad to have you all sit here and just type stuff in on it. If we could keep the editing to a minimum, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah.
My comment would be we face a Brown Act problem and we have no staff. So we're stuck with.
Well, if
We're
you
trying
really
to
hate the letter, if you hate the letter, Greg, then you probably
No, I
should-
don't hate the letter at all. I'm just saying.
Should have put the
We're stuck.
comments in before the meeting started either. So, you know, I guess I should just put myself on mute and go away and let you guys do it, but it feels bad.
It's boring for the audience too.
What is the deadline? I mean,
We have to vote on this tonight.
We have to vote on
have
it
a
tonight.
special, oh, we have to do it tonight. We
Yeah.
can't call a special meeting just for this.
I don't even know when we would do that. Like, we're gonna do a special meeting for that, and I'm gonna attend, and it'll be like Saturday night, like 10 o'clock at night.
Okay.
Like that's what it'll be. Like I'm literally working constantly.
Where do you want me to move the display? Where are you in the letter?
I'm in the current plan for the apparatus bay.
Okay.
I don't think I don't see any. Okay, fine. MCC has asked for this one.
While you're working on that, I would definitely support Claire and not nitpick it and vote, you know.
So I actually combined those two paragraphs, and I think I combined them into one, if you want to look at that and potentially.
I think these are fine, the way they stand. I think I agree with everybody else. The less editing, the better. I think this is pretty good.
Okay. I'm almost done here. Okay, we already addressed that. And, all right, going through all of Greg's comments, and now that we've edited the front end of it, I'm fine with it. So, does anyone on the council have anything else they want to say about this draft before I open it to public comment?
So there's two drafts. Which one would we
There's
look
one
at?
draft, just this one.
Okay.
So I move that we accept the letter as edited.
I second that.
Okay, so.
Okay, so before we vote, we have to open it to public comment. So, is there anyone out there in the Zoom who would like to see Sid's hand raised? Sid?
Yes, I've been patiently waiting, but it doesn't matter about the letter. I just want to tell you, I've attended almost every fire board meeting for a decade about the time they had the recall. And I remember Chief Paul Cole went out and did a research on all the different sites for the two fire stations, both El Granada and Moss Beach. So I'm sure that process is around. It's just buried somewhere because he's no longer, he retired. Then secondly, I mean, they even looked at places in Seal Cove, but the access coming out of Cyprus is horrible. Anyhow, the second question or comment I wanted to make was that you guys are just assuming because they found a temporary site behind the sheriff's substation that they could buy that property and build there, but actually maybe that landowner doesn't want to sell. And secondly, it's expensive to buy raw land and then build from the ground up. They're just remodeling this one. So I'm assuming that's why they chose to stay where they are. It's nothing about the view. That's all I want to say. I'm going to bed. Night.
Good night.
Bed.
Awesome. I see Burnett's hand. Burnett, go for it.
Yeah, I'd been away for a few weeks, so I'm not sure what the situation with the secretary, but if Ann has been changed to Kimberly, you might want to put that in the heading and make that correction.
We did this at the last meeting, so it's recorded in the.
I think he means in the letter. The letterhead.
Oh, in the
actually.
letter.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Oh, I did change. Did I not change
It
that?
doesn't say it in this thing.
Well, so we can fix that in
Oh,
post-production.
yeah, okay, yeah, we'll fix that in post. Yeah. No, I'll just do it now.
Well, be careful.
Be careful. Is it that?
It's tricky.
Is it that tricky?
I would leave it as is, just because this letter was drafted before this meeting and
When Ann was secretary?
when Ann was secretary.
Yeah, but still acting for the first 30 minutes or whatever you have to do this evening.
Yeah, plus
Okay,
I will
alright.
just caution you that
I
there
don't
are
have a
alignment
problem.
issues when you change this, try and export it as a PDF. It takes some work.
Oh,
I don't have a problem with that, so I can appear on the next one.
yeah, right, well, okay, good. Thank you, Burnett. We will fix that for all future letters. Okay, any other public comment on this letter? Seeing none, closing public comment on the letter, we can vote. Kimberly?
Yay.
Okay, Greg,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Claire,
Yes.
Ann,
Yes.
Kimberly, yes, Gus.
Yes. All right,
It
guys,
passes.
go team.
Yay. Thank you, everybody.
Just for the record,
Yes, Dan.
you know, it doesn't seem that the information that was given that everything was gonna be like dual and everything was gonna be dimmable, that part is absolutely not clear. And there's other bits of information within this drawing that's just not clear.
Okay.
So we're going off of lack of information. We're moving forward with lack of clear information. Winging a prayer?
That winging a prayer seems to be how California government works. Hate to say it, but that seems to be how it works. All right, so that closes.
The government's supposed to be the people, community, right? So.
Dan, that's why I got into it, but.
There's a breakdown. Can we agree on that? There's a breakdown.
We definitely agree on that. All right, so that gets us to our next agenda item, which is another letter. How do you like the heading on this? You wanted a box.
I didn't do this, but
I did.
I think it's nice, except I think it would be better with a box around it, but I'm not gonna mess with it.
I'll put a box around it right now if you want to put a box around it.
Do you want me to share the,
Yes.
the, what do you call it, the Google Drive version that while it's gonna get edited or whatever? Yeah, I better.
Let's see.
Okay, so let me share that screen. Does that work? Can people see? Oh, Gus just boxed it.
Do you like the box?
I like the box.
Do you like the box? Does anyone have strong feelings either way?
You're like a magician.
A little bit too much
thing.
padding at the top and the bottom, but it'll do.
I think it's fine.
Okay, so who are we sending it to?
Yes, right. That's the kind of stuff where I'm like, I don't know, I don't know, and I don't want to try to think about it. I needed to. I remember this between like 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. on East Coast time. Like it's. So I was like, I
I
don't
like the
have
first two paragraphs so much they made me cry. I'm like, oh my God, wow. I'm done. You had me there.
All right, so what's the process here?
Okay, so can someone help me with like who are we sending this to? So are we sending it to GCSD? Or are we sending it to plan?
Did we
I think
get
we're sending
advice
it
to
to
council
GCSD.
on who we're sending this to?
We're sending it to the decision makers.
Decision makers. I have, you asked about that kind of stuff, and I did a little digging, and here's what I have on process-related stuff. Give me one.
By the way, we have a director of GCSD sitting right here.
I know we do. So the comment period will close on the neg deck, which was done by independent consultants.
Comment period's closed? No, it's not closed.
No,
17th
it's
is
going
the
to
last
close.
Yes.
Hired experts to do the studies and were careful not to underestimate possible impacts, so it would be an honest review. The consultants will respond to comments. Then it will go to the GCSD board, probably in July, because they're the lead agency, for review and approval. At that point, they would be approving the document as a correct analysis of the approved project and whether the impacts that are identified in it are adequately mitigated. There will be public comment then, but not an opportunity to redesign the project. So a lot of our comments are about how we would like to see it redesigned, which is not what this part of the process, based on what I'm reading here, not what actually this part of the process is for. Once that's done, the package of documents, the plan, the renderings, the neg deck, preliminary grading plan, archaeological reports, all that stuff will be submitted to the county. There will be a lot of documents and then review at different agencies. The county will likely ask the MCC to review the whole thing in an official hearing, and that's when any redesign theoretically could happen. So that was what I was told on the process for this thing.
So let me just point out,
general
we have-
comment period right now.
We have comments from the public, which seem to question the scope and intent of the project. For instance, just today, we got an email raising an old issue about the loss of the daycare facility by building this. So my question about the process is this document a place to put in comments about the scope or not?
Well, yes, man.
I think we should start to hear comments and get to this detail point towards the end, because we're gonna learn a lot of stuff by hearing comments from the people, I believe.
Okay, well,
So we could I think we'll be in a better position to kind of decide what we want to do and how we want to.
all right, I think that's a fair comment, but before we invoke all that, I just want to get a sense of, so has everybody read this thing? Like, are there any high level, so given what I just said about process stuff, as it seems to be generally understood outside of here, and given the letter that, as it is written right now, does anybody have any high level comments about it before we'll hear what anyone in the public has to say? Yes, Kimberly.
So I have a question and a comment.
Okay.
So the thing that you just asked about who does this letter go to and, you know, what are the decision points? I'm still not completely clear about that. This is going to, this letter is aimed at planning? Is that?
No, I don't think so. If I understood that correctly, I think we should probably address it to GCSD. We'll hand it off to whatever consultants they hire, and the consultants are going to respond to this stuff.
Okay.
So
No, I think you'd let GCSD deal with the consultants. We're communicating with GCSD, and the county's got to be involved to some degree, so.
well, I think according to this,
So
county will be involved later.
We would be informing, we would give them a head start early. I think they've already been involved. So I think it's appropriate to just, yeah.
We have a
CC,
we have a chat from
GCSD.
Jill Grant that says letter is emailed to Assistant General Manager. So hope.
Oh, GCSD?
Yeah.
Yes.
GCSD.
Okay.
Okay. Who is that?
So-
Who is that person? Hope Atmore?
Yeah, Hope Atmore.
So
That
if I-
should do it as one.
If I could finish.
Yes, Kimberly, go ahead.
So I agree with Dan. I would encourage us to copy this letter to the relevant decision makers who will be seeing this later. I think it's important for them to know what the concerns are early on.
Okay.
And with that, I think
Okay,
one
who
thing
will speak?
missing in this letter for me is that this project, well, there are two things. In reading some of the public letters that we received, and in thinking about my own experience trying to track this project over the last several years, I have to agree with many people who said that there was specific public input solicited, but it was not roundly sent out to the entire public of the Midcoast. And this part will impact and potentially, I'm assuming, be for the entire Midcoast. So, you know, as someone who's pretty involved and goes to many of these meetings over the last several years, there were very few opportunities that I was made aware of in advance of those meetings and comment periods. Often I found out about them after the fact. And so I understand where people are coming from when they say that. That said, I think there's another issue here in that this project potentially we're going to be faced with some very important decisions coming up in terms of how we deal with the increasing frequency of storms and flooding due to climate change and sea level rise. And this project is, you know, kind of in the ground zero for where some of the infrastructure will need to move. So with that, I want to raise the issue, and I think we should raise it in this letter. I did not see it addressed head on in the document, but then I haven't gotten through the entire document yet. that there's a possibility that the life of this park will not be as long as some people think it will be, and things may have to be moved. So I think that needs to be acknowledged.
That's not acknowledged.
And that's not an opposition to having a nice park. It's an acknowledgement that there are issues that we're going to be faced with whether we like it or not, and we're going to need the flexibility to address those issues. And ignoring that and building something and putting, the money and the investment into it needs to reflect, the expectation that it may not be something that will be there for 30 years.
So we talked about that a little bit. There's not coordination between Caltrans and GCSD, right? Caltrans could say, oh yeah, in the future we plan on putting the road right through there. That's what that's our plan, or run it through El Granada somewhere, right? So, but Caltrans has never said, oh hey, yeah, we see the erosion that's happening and we're gonna do this, right? So
there's a bunch of different ideas, but nobody has ever.
So Caltrans coastal development permit expires, I think, in 2026, and they are negotiating now with the Coastal Commission on, a new permit and what those plans look like going forward. Details are scant, but my assumption, and this is just an assumption, is that they're going to negotiate a new permit with no changes for the next, 6-7 years. And then at the next permit renewal, they will have to make changes to the road. And they're planning for that inevitability. So we need to consider it and plan for it as well.
Claire has been waiting.
Okay, Claire.
Before we get started into the meat of this, there's been an awful lot of comments of people sending us things. And I think that people in the public have raised interesting and important points. I'd like to make sure that we keep our discussion in our letter in the context of, what are we doing here? A mitigation of what I'm sorry, I'm just blocking on the name of what we're doing.
Neg deck.
Neg deck? Okay. There could be many, many things said about this park and about the GCSD leaders and everything. And I really hope that we don't go into just everything that could be possibly said. I hope that we can find ourselves to the things that, like what Kimberly is just bringing up about naturally expectable things that need to be mitigated for. Because I think this could be a real rabbit hole that we might have a hard time getting ourselves out of if we don't.
Okay. Greg?
So I have two thoughts, one of which we might decide not to entertain. Kimberly picked up on something I also picked up on. The neg deck says they're using permeable surfaces for just about everything they're doing. There's no impermeable surface mentioned. And they're following the county green infrastructure guideline. But what I know from my stormwater research and from talking to CK is that stuff only works for small storms, the 2 to 5 year storms. It has value in the sense of avoiding repeated concussions, prevents brain trauma, but it won't handle the kinds of inundation that we get regularly. In particular, in the event of a 100-year storm, it only captures 3% of the runoff. So this is a problem that's going to come up in the stormwater report. And so to your point, Kimberly, we face a worsening climate, and designing for a county standard that only handles 3% of the runoff in severe storms, to me, seems to be madness. And the county is not coordinating, as far as I can tell, with Caltrans to get the culverts sized. To Kimberly's point, we face the leaching of Highway 1 out from underneath, just as we did on Route 92, okay? If those culverts aren't properly sized and designed. So even if nothing was changed in the GCSD Burnham Strip, I think we need to worry about stormwater and drainage regardless. So that's one comment. I do think that comment does bear somehow on a comment on the mitigated negative deck, right? Now, the other comment would be sort of financial caution. And I don't know that you want to get into that. I would advise postponing this project for a number of reasons, which I can't get into, because of the financial risk posed by the state trying to take money away from special districts, posed by all the ballot measures that are on this fall that might undo rate increases, okay? There are other things I could talk about. If you don't want to discuss that, that's fine. That's a separate discussion. That's not a negative deck thing. They're trying to do us a favor, and there are a lot of people who appreciate the idea that GCSD is going to build this community center, so don't get me wrong. But I just think financially, it's a bad move at this time, okay? It uses reserves, it borrows money. I would rather see GCSD accumulate the revenue, okay, for a few years, then that way they would have to borrow less or maybe not at all, okay? But that's not a negative deck comment, that's a financial strategy, management strategy issue.
Yeah, that one we should probably save until later in the process.
So just to add on that, structures that are built within the park are structures at risk. And so that does have a bearing on this conversation.
Okay, other high-level comments from the council?
Well, my process comment is we don't have a motion for a letter that we could then second and open to public comment. So we need to get to the point where we have a motion on a letter.
Oh, we have to motion on the letter before
Yeah, we don't have a
public-
finalized letter, just as we went through, right?
Not allowed to. I'm not allowed to.
I don't know. You're the chair.
I disagree without arguing. I just, a move to.
We don't have a motion.
Pass the letter.
Oh, you moved to pass the letter.
Yes, just so we can get the conversation started.
And then, but I just proposed to add something, so how are we adding
We'll
things?
amend it.
Oh, well, we can move in second. and
We'll
then
do
vote
some
on it,
amendments later.
Right? We can move second and then.
then we have to vote
open
on
public-
amending.
Yeah, we don't have to
Vote
vote
on
for it
amendments.
first, correct?
Yeah, right, we don't vote until we hear everything.
Okay, so we move to approve the letter as amended. We
Once we
open
amend
it to
it.
public comment, then we all vote no, and then
If we
edit
don't
the
like
letter.
it, we don't, I'm.
Well, my thought was we edit the letter now before we put it to a vote.
No.
Before we put it to a motion.
I think
No.
Dan is correct. We
All
should
right.
hear what people have to
Yeah,
say.
yes.
Okay.
If there's a
So Dan
procedural way to hear.
moved, Dan moved
let's do it.
to approve this letter.
As is.
I'll second that.
Okay, so now we can open it to public comment. So, opening it to public comment, who has got something to say about this letter?
Lenny does, and anybody in the audience? Well, there we have it.
Okay.
Matt Clark.
Okay, but let's let Lenny go first. Lenny, you go first, and then you're up.
Oh, hi, everybody. Thank you. I haven't read the letter. I'm so sorry. I haven't had a chance to read it, but I just wanted to get comments in. I agree that this should be postponed. The person before me had really incredibly astute comments, I thought, about the finances and so forth and the dubiousness of so many issues. But what I am really concerned about, I live on the edge of the Burnham Strip, and where the roads are converging. And is someone trying to talk right now? Sorry. So yes, I'm just wanted to get this in that I'm been living here for 30 years and worked hard on the preservation of this land and wanted to have a passive park. I think there's way too much on this. I know I'm, coming in late, but I did attend some of the public meetings, but was completely overwhelmed by the people who wanted to have what I call, I don't mean to be insulting, but I have to have a sense of humor, Disneyland on this land, with everything imaginable crammed in onto it. And I really would like to entertain not having so many so many things on this land. I'm kind of behind in my review of the latest plan also. It just keeps changing. But so the parking is something that I am just so incredibly worried about for our community, not just for me, but for the community, because we have that one street along the front of Granada. And with Caltrans wanting to remove the parking spaces on Highway 1, they want to most likely will want to shift the parking over to the front of El Granada, which would be even more of an insult to our community because we can hardly handle the traffic as it is. As I said, I live right along the front, so I get to see all the things that happen and the near accidents and so forth. So adding any more parking there on Obispo and all the way down, if they remove those parking spaces from Highway 1, we'll have cars parked from the traffic light in Granada all the way down to the Easy Mart. I mean, on Obispo and Alhambra, that just will not work. And I reject that completely. And also I've understand that they have some wedding receptions planned for the community center, and I'm all for having a community center, but unfortunately I really don't think that would be good to have anything that created a lot of noise, because like loud music and so forth. I'm not against weddings, but they can get kind of loud, with the noise and the breeze coming offshore onto the community. I can hear people in the RV lot talking sometimes. I can hear their conversations. So the sound has to be paid great attention to, as well as the lighting and everything. I'm really concerned about the impact of all these things. So I understand that they have some weddings to be planned Friday, Saturdays, and Sundays, and from up until 10 to 11 p.m. I mean, no, I reject that. There's another place people can have weddings. Anyway, that's not a good place to have a wedding and create a lot of noise. So I'm sorry, I seem negative about this. I wanted a passive park, very quiet, green space, really nice, and not a Disneyland, so to speak. No offense. But I think a lot of these things can be moved to other areas, and the parking should be just not lined up along the front of El Granada. We're not in the business for parking for the county, and we're a community. It's a community park. It's not a county park, And so those things are really, really going to impact El Granada, and it's going to degrade it. We're trying to improve it, not degrade it. So thank you so much for all the work that you're putting in and the volunteers and so forth. So yeah, the parking I'm concerned about, the weddings planned and all this. And anybody who knows El Granada knows that people who start to drive into our community, they get lost and they start driving in circles. And I can't tell you how often I get asked, because I live along the front. I asked, where is such and such a street? And, so all the people along the front and the roads coming off of our arc and radially designed town, the streets will be impacted, not just the people on the front. And so
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I want to make sure we hear from Carl and Janet too. Thank you, Lenny. I agree with you. I live across the street from the thing, so I agree with a lot of what you said. Carl, go ahead.
Go ahead, Janet.
Yeah, Carl next. And
Okay.
Then Carl, go ahead.
So, ever the contrarian, I'd like to point out that a lot of what is being discussed, it flies in the face of history, common sense, and everything else under the sun. The worst traffic fog on the Midcoast, both during commute hours on weekdays but especially on weekends with visitors, is the Coronado Light and the Surfers Beach parking. And the Surfers Beach parking is a big part of that. For years, those of us who lived here have had to slam on our brakes because of people running willy-nilly across the highway. And to defend the parking on the east side of 1 for those people is to defend a dangerous situation, a situation that hasn't ever worked and won't work now. With reference to the lot, the current parking lot near the skate ramp that would be removed, that parking lot, those people who are headed for the beach park in that lot, head straight across the highway. I argue with Lenny and some others that right now we have a situation where people won't walk 200 or 300 feet to the Coronado Light to cross the highway. They're going to walk a quarter mile. They're going to park all over El Granada streets and walk many times the distance that they won't walk now to get to the beach. I think that's worth some thinking. You know, they're not going to be, some guy with, out-of-town guy with a surfboard or something like that isn't going to be parked by the mini mart or something like that to get to Surfers Beach. And if they're going to walk that far, they could take advantage of some of the unused parking at the harbor right now. So the removal of the current parking lot by the skate ramp would be an improvement, in my opinion. That ad hoc lot, I don't have, it's not my place to talk about the design of some other community's park, but what's laid out is a way big improvement over what's there now. So to me, that removal of that lot is an advantage. The removal of the current parking on east side of Route 1 would be an improvement. You let people park there, change their clothes, put their wetsuits on, take their wetsuits off, and, you know, causing all sorts of people to stop. In addition to what the problem we have with the Coronado Light, I don't know how many of you ever come north on the weekends during the day, but you can actually get through the Coronado Light and the traffic is still stopped because of the parking on the east side of the highway. I point out that people stuck in traffic jams are having their access to the coast denied. You aren't accessing the coast if you're sitting in your car in traffic clogs. The same thing can happen up in Moss Beach with the new housing proposed up there. Rerouting, so the removal of the parking is fine. The rerouting of riders on bikes to the parallel trail would be completely against the community use and the Midcoast use of the parallel trail. Through riders on bicycles, put them on the parallel trail. Do you know how fast some of these guys are riding? The parallel trail is for pedestrians, you know, I don't care what else. It's for school kids on bikes and what have you. To put through riders riding the coast on the parallel trail would be a gross misuse of that trail. It's hard enough to get a decent trail in with the stupid pink cement stuff they put all over the intersections and everything else. So I'm very much against any thought of rerouting through bicycle riders onto the parallel trail. Just along this line.
Just so I understand though, there is no parallel trail. There is no parallel trail.
There will be a parallel trail to come.
Right.
And it's mentioned in this letter that it would be an easy matter to reroute those bicycle riders. I think that would be an entirely wrong thing to do. I don't know how many of you have gone on long distance bicycle rides, but you aren't going to want to get off on a trail where you can't go more than 10 or 15 miles an hour, you know, and weave around among walkers and everything else, which is the way the current trail is right now. Along this line, I've posted on this a few times, there's a thing called the Pacific Coast Bicycle Route, which is what was originally the 1976 bicentennial bicycle route on the west coast. It goes all the way from Canada to Mexico. It has become the Pacific Coast bicycle route, and it is Caltrans's mandate to maintain that bicycle route. And this part of Highway 1 that we're talking about here, let's say from Capistrano to Coronado, is part of that Pacific Coast bicycle route. So Caltrans, for a change, is actually recognizing their responsibility to maintain this bicycle route for people riding along the Pacific Coast. So these are things in which I disagree with the gist of the letter and some of the conclusions, and I'll be happy to debate you on any of this. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, next up we have Janet. Janet, go for it.
Thank you. Well, I agree with the prior speaker. I'm sorry, I didn't catch his name, and with Lenny. There's a lot of issues regarding this entire proposal that are not addressed in the proposed letter. I mean, there's parking issues. We just heard about bike trail issues, the noise issues, and the trail that we built being encroached, being taken over by other people parking. How are we going to do that? We can't even maintain our roads. My biggest concerns are that the financials are incredibly sketchy. We have no idea how this. We're going to demolish a preschool, which is an asset to the community. And after we demolish it, because we're not renewing the lease on the preschool, we're somehow going to come up with, millions and millions of dollars to construct a community center that people in the community don't even know about. The notice requirements on this have been so low level. There was 2 posters put up. There was 1 newspaper article, as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong. There was 1, newspaper article. That's it. That's all the notice the entire community has had about these plans to take away a community asset, to somehow, I guess, run a bond, get financing or something. And we already pay plenty of taxes. I'm not opposed to taxes, but I only like taxation with representation. There's other. It seems like to me it's a boondoggle to build this community center. So in essence, it can be used for the GGRC or whatever to have their offices there. We have a vacant firehouse right across the street that is more than adequate for meetings, etc. And what we did is we took away that firehouse, built a new firehouse.
A block away.
And the new firehouse didn't even comply with the permitting requirements regarding light. There was a whole brouhaha about the light and the light erosion, and they admitted that they installed the wrong lights and that it's eroding the community, but did they correct it? No. There's been prior comments during this whole meeting that I've listened to about how permits are issued and they're never enforced, i.e., look across the street where the trailer park is. The preschool is an asset. There's been no public dialogue. There's a lot of alternatives to this. And as we sit right now, the financing is my major concern. We can't even maintain the strip on the other side on Balboa, where Lenny lives, where I live, where trees have crashed down, hit houses. And when we go to ask for some recompensation, or for somebody to please remove those trees that are a danger to us, they can't even do that. And even though, as it is my understanding, that roadway is owned by the county or the city, yet we are told to pay for it. So who's going to pay for this disastrous decision of putting in a community center, of on land that needs a lot of environmental review, a lot of drainage, all sorts of things. And not to mention the entire plan that will attract a lot of people that are not from the community, that are not there visiting, and it's just disastrous. So what I would request strongly is that we postpone sending this letter and make it much stronger, and that the comments submitted by so many people in the community that learned of this meeting that seems to be quietly hatched. I'm sorry, I'm not being disrespectful to anyone. It's just the notice requirements to me were inadequate. That it be postponed, the proper notice be given, that people be allowed to share their comments and understand what is going on. Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody's time. I know we've been patient and waiting a long night.
Thank you, Janet. Next, I see David Seaton. Dave.
Yes. Yeah. So, there's a lot on my mind. I think first off, as far as the park, I hear a lot of excuses, not a lot of solutions. I think that obviously the traffic is a huge concern, but I think nothing's being done about it. I've talked about for years, we could have better signage. When tourists go to a tourist town, they follow signs. If we had signs that said beach parking, make a left at Capistrano to get to the harbor, hundreds of people would start flooding into the harbor. They would park there and then they'd walk behind Sam's up to the beach. We could direct people, 90% of the tourists, we could do what we want them to do with good signage, but no one's talking about signage. We could have one way to enter the park from Highway 1 where you could enter the park, but you can't get back onto Highway 1 from the park. That would take people off Highway 1 and actually free up our highways on busy weekends, because people would be leaving the highway, and once they turn into the park, the only way to get back on the highway, they either have to make a right or a left and go to either lights. So that would actually improve traffic. So all these excuses, I'm hearing about noise, but there's already concerts that are being done there every once in a while. So what's the difference between a wedding and a concert? So I think that there's obviously problems, but I think that I hear excuses and not solutions to solve those problems. And it's the same thing I've heard for years, that there's not this proactive, thought process that says, hey, we have these major issues. Let's strategically come up with ways to solve these problems instead of just the way our community does things, which is just flat out reject things. Where I think where my disagreement is a little bit is, and I've been vocal about the community center. I think it's a huge disservice for a community service organization to push out, an active population of children that should be their target market. And I think it's probably one of the few community organizations in maybe the world, even third world countries. Their local community organizations are dedicated to the community. And I think there's just this arrogance that that this grandiose empire building the GCSD is kind of dead set on and not really listening to community needs. I think that, I've said for years that GCSD has a small enough footprint in terms of office staff, everything else. There's a model where they can use the existing facility for what they need it for, and also dedicate a small portion for childcare during the day, which then, could be used for other spaces. I think that, kind of the same thing. I think that there's all these excuses of what can't be done, but no one's coming together and saying, you know what? We need this building is designed for kids. That is our target market. This is going to bring hundreds of kids to this building every day, which are then going to go out and explore our other programs and see our other parks and recs informations and brochures and things to do. And you're going to get more, ROI, in terms of that target market of kids that go to school every day and their parents, than you will probably the whole rest of the community, especially for the younger age demographic. So I think that kind of the same thing. I think there's this kind of all or nothing mentality, that there's no possibility, that we have to push out the community center. We have to get rid of the preschool, without really taking a step back and saying, wait a second, is there a way? Have other communities done things like this? Do other communities have community centers, which also during the day when they're not as busy, offer childcare and preschool and other types of services? And the answer is absolutely yes. So I'm just perplexed why El Granada, of all places, would be so opposed to even considering the idea. And I, I've been involved for a number of years, and I think there's no good faith effort being made to say, you know what, let's take a step back and let's see a project that maybe it's not everything we want in terms of 100% GCSD empire building, beautiful build, whatever. But maybe there's a possibility where we could hear out what the community center is saying and customize the project so that a portion of the space could be used for childcare during the day when the building is not going to get much use. From 8 to 3, there's not going to be a ton of people in and out of the building. It's going to get busier later on in the day, and that's when the kids are going to be out. And so, I think it just goes to all these issues. I think this is the problem with coastside politics, is that it's not in my backyard. You can do it somewhere else, just not here. And it turns everything into kind of, this big, hypocritical thinking where no one really will sit down and say, you know what, we have major issues we need to deal with, but let's find solutions instead of just sitting back and making excuses. And that's all I've heard for years. That's all I continue to hear. I hear all these excuses. I don't hear solutions. I don't hear people proposing ways that we could take a project and actually use it to our advantage in terms of, doing things like I said, directing tourists where we want to park and getting people off Highway 1 and actually use a project to create some of the solutions that we need. I think as far as the financials, I think that's the one area I agree. I think that I would like to see it as active as possible, but
David,
I think
I want to make sure we also hear from Chris and Kate.
Yeah, and that's my final point. Just long term, I think we got to be realistic, that's sustainable in terms of some of the environmental impacts, that the erosion and other things that might cause damage. And so that's probably my biggest concern. Thank you.
Thanks so much, David. All right, next we have Chris, and then we have Kate.
Hi.
Hi.
So like Lenny, I'm a neighbor across the street from the park. I've been commenting on it as often as possible and as often as I've been aware that there were opportunities to comment on it, beginning with some of the early kind of public outreach, efforts that GCSD made to find out what the community was looking for. Before I get into some of my issues, I would like to strongly encourage MCC to make a part of this letter that's under discussion tonight, make the first priority to request GCSD to provide an extension to the public comment period. We've heard many members from the community today saying that they're concerned that they didn't have enough opportunity or they weren't aware of it. I've been informing people of how to find the document online so that they can make their comments. The GCSD will likely respond that they did exactly what is statutorily required in terms of public noticing, but it's not enough, especially when in the past they've also admitted in their own public meetings that they rely on a mailing list of property owners in El Granada, which, as you might easily figure out, excludes all of us renters. So anytime that any notice was sent out, like a postcard or something like that, renters were not aware that anything was happening. That's a real problem that can, like David was saying, can easily be fixed by accessing some other kind of mailing list database. That's what I have to say about noticing, but I think that the you on this council have also had an inadequate time to read and digest and understand the complexities of this document with appendices that run over 400 pages. I think it would be in your best interest and in the public that you represent, in their best interest, to strongly request for an extension to the public comment period. There's no shame and there's no downside for GCSD to do that. It just means that they can hold their heads up and say, yeah, we actually did get all the public input that was warranted. No upside to shutting down public comment so quickly. My specific comments on the document, I think, are well represented in your letter. There's a lot of technical matters that I focus on related to biological resources and wetlands because that's my profession. And I'm going to be providing detailed comments in my own letter on that. But I want to say that I think that the solution, if I'm going to pick up on David's way of thinking, that the solution to issues with the park are just scale it back. You know, we're a small community with a big beach, which is all the recreational opportunity that for the most part people come here to use. There have been so-called recreational amenities in the median strips that have basically gone unused and abandoned and just fallen into disrepair. People in the community aren't using public parks in that way. You have to realize that if you build a park like this in a public place, in a highly visible place, right on Highway 1, right next to the beach, the people who are going to use it are going to be visitors, and it's not, you're not really building a park for this community. What you are doing, though, is you're converting the aesthetic qualities of this community, which consists of the Burnham Strip, just as it is. It's a wonderful big view shed to members of the community that live right next to it. And I've been told that it's no impact to the view shed and no impact to the aesthetics of the community to build a park there. And I would just, submit that those people don't live where I live and they don't look at what I look at. So to have some member of GCSD tell me that there will be no impact to the view shed is false. You're not representing me or my experience of the coast. I don't think there's any reason why we need to focus so much on conversion of open space, which has values just as it is, to developed uses. And that's why I would encourage scaling back the plan and leaving a large portion of it just the way it is. Again, if you don't live right here and you don't experience it on a day-to-day basis, then you don't know what the natural resource values of the site actually are. I'd be glad to show them to you. And yeah, I'll end it there. So please get them to extend the comment period. That's the most effective way that you can get the public's comments and opinions represented. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, Kate, you're next.
Sorry, it took me a second to get off mute. Hi, my name is Kate Broderick. I grew up here on the coast and I returned here to raise my family. I'm really disheartened that GCSD is still pursuing the eviction of Picasso Preschool to build a community center. Other community centers, even examples within this county, have preschools within them. Children and families are part of this community. They matter. It does not make any logical sense to evict a community service to build a community center. There's already an insufficient number of licensed full-time preschools on the coast side. It is literally the only remaining full-time preschool between Monterey and Half Moon Bay. Based on my calculations and looking at the 2020 census, you have 1,000 children for approximately 240 available spots for all of the coastside. And if you remove Picasso, that number is going to dwindle down to 191. And Picasso can't find an alternative location. I'm in constant communication with Candace, and she's visited so many different sites, tried to loop in Ray Mueller, tried to get community support to find an alternative location, and she cannot. If they build this community center and they evict Picasso, it's a very strong likelihood that that's it. And okay. And in regards to the letter, the GCSD draft letter does not even acknowledge the fact that Picasso Preschool is being evicted from the space without a reasonable alternative location. There has been a huge public outcry, not only from the families that attend this preschool, but the alumni families and other community members and even elected officials. Ray Mueller even asked them for a huge runway and leadway to help find a solution to this problem, include them in the community center. What's worse is even after soliciting community input from GCSD, they didn't like the results and they chose to ignore them, which was majority of the public said they wanted early childhood education focused in the community center. Not once have they committed to actually uphold what the public wants. It's unbelievable. By allowing this, the community is definitely going to suffer. Families are going to move away for lack of support, or families will choose not to come here because of the lack of childcare availability. And we will lose this piece of the coastside that has taken care of our children for 20 plus years. Please don't approve this letter. Again, it does not make any logical sense to evict a community service to build a community center. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Kate. Next up, I see Steve Terry.
Hello, I'm on a phone. I haven't done this before. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, good. Thank you. I have mostly negative thoughts about this project, and not so much negative thoughts, but so many concerns. I like the idea to try to do something with this, but I have so many concerns. A lot of the concerns have been expressed by some of the folks on here already, but then counter arguments have been made that actually are very good. And I like to hear all those counter arguments. It seems like so many ideas by everyone who's spoken have been very good, and I like them. And I think the comments about needing to explore these ideas more and try to figure out what's best for the community is really an important thing to pursue. I do feel like we haven't really concluded on, as a community together, concluded what the best approach to take is on this. I have concerns about environmental impact, and it seems to me the whole thing got neg-decked, and I'm a little concerned that maybe it shouldn't have been. Maybe there should be an EIR to explore maybe the wetlands issue down there and along the creek and along the low parts of the property. And there's traffic, I think, which is supposed to be included in EIRs. I think those should be explored maybe a little more carefully. Several people have commented about what traffic is like, how it might be improved. We have the Caltrans rehabilitation thing that's coming up soon, and is how much coordination is this project with Caltrans rehabilitation? I don't know. Maybe let us other folks speak to that, but yeah, if we can, I think parking's a huge issue. If it can be mitigated by redirecting folks to either the parking lot in Pillar Point or Elgin Elementary School, I don't know. That's something to explore, but I don't. If it's not done right, then it's going to be a disaster because it's going to push parking up into Portola and into the neighborhoods of El Granada. I've seen people park up there already, like by Wilkinson School. I see people parking up there all the time for beach access. So those are some of the concerns I have. I like the idea of extending this and seeing if request GCSD extend the comment period and see if we can try to get more community input and circle around and find what's best for the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. And then we have Fran.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, Fran Pollard, El Granada, and I've been involved in this for years. This is not anything new. The park has been planned, since 2014 when it went on the ballot and people in the community voted to have a park there. I worked on this for going on 50 years to save that land. The alternative would have been houses. There would be no environmental protection of any of that land. I worked on the community plan that Montero, Moss Beach, El Granada residents all worked on in the 70s. And it included saving that parcel along with many other parcels for parks for the communities. However, most of them got built on, and that's the only place that was left. And I personally went for years to Board of Supervisors meetings in Redwood City in person. There was no Zoom back then. And you had to go all the time to lobby to save that land because they were more than willing to let either houses, there were all kinds of things proposed on that land, apartment buildings, there was a warehouse, there was a mall suggested. So those are the alternatives if we didn't save it. So finally, the board agreed to save that land. And you couldn't just save it and then leave it like that. You had to save it for a purpose. And that's why we changed the Granada Sanitary District to a Granada Community Services District for park purposes. And that's what got voted on in the community. And so I agree with some of the remarks. It could be toned down a bit. There's too many things being proposed, but that's when Granada held several meetings at the school. Hundreds of people came, hundreds of people sent comments, written comments of all the things they wanted. So they kept adding all these things on the park. Lenny and I were the ones that were co-chairs to change the Granada district into a community service district.
We lose her?
I don't know.
She's not muted. Fran, we lost
Can't
her.
hear you.
Yeah, it could be toned down. I doubt everything's going to get built all. I keep having interruptions and my screen keeps going off. I'm sorry. Did you get those comments?
Most.
Anyway, I want to finish that. There were many hearings and people participating. I agree with Seaton when he said, yeah, we need signage. I've said that many years, that people should be directed to park in the Harbor District parking lots. All that parking there is empty most of the time. But a lot of surfers are not going to. As far as the Granada parking lot, that was an illegal parking lot. We're turning it into a park for the whole community. It's not, the Granada community should not have to supply parking for beach goers and surfers. That can be on the west side of the park, of the highway. So this is what I'm hoping everyone will get behind instead of griping about Granada. Actually, they are going to provide parking. It's almost the same number of parking that's available now they're just moving it to a different area, and they'll be parking along Obispo Road, whether people like it or not. That's probably going to be some parking along there. But what I would fight for is the Harbor District. They're getting rid of the public parking. They're the ones responsible for the surfers parking. And that's who everybody should be complaining to. Go to their meetings and organize and get a group of people to object to letting one man have all that RV parking. And they did away with most of the public parking at Surfers Beach. So they need to be held responsible for the parking. And I also disagree with Caltrans. They want to put the bicycle routes paint the highway on both sides of the highway, that to me is going to be really cause even more trouble and more danger. I think what they own they have a 60-foot right of way connected to the park between Granada Park and the highway. And so if they have to move the highway in a little bit, they can. And I think that they should just have, along with the county and Caltrans need to get together. And the county is already providing a bike trail all the way down.
I think we lost her.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, Fran.
Yeah, thank you, Fran. Appreciate it. Okay, do we have any other public comment?
What about anybody in the room?
People crossing the
Matt's raising his hand.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Matthew Clark, 52-year resident of El Granada, going on 21 years on the Granada Community Service District Board. And I am going to only comment not on the myriad of issues we've just heard, some of which are serious, some of which are, in my opinion, ridiculous, but only on your letter. So first I need to ask, the draft that's on your website is still the draft?
Yes.
It hasn't been changed? Okay.
Correct.
Well, in your first paragraph, I'm glad that you explain why MCC exists, to preserve the small town character of the area by protecting the existence of agricultural lands. The Bourbon Strip was agricultural, but it hasn't been agricultural in the lifetime of anyone here in this building. So I think that's not a concern. Commercial fishing activities, building the park will have no effect on that. And the natural marine environment likewise. But nevertheless, MCC certainly has a part to play in the public consideration and input on this. In the bottom paragraph on page 1, it states that plans indicate the current parking lot by the current skate ramp will disappear completely. That's just wrong. There are, in the drawings, just look at them, there are 23 parking places down by the village green grassy area, plus 2 public accessible parking places. So that's 25 parking places. And if you add up all the parking places that are at the rec center and along Obispo, there are 53 parking places. So I think you should correct the letter that that's not correct. We are looking at this with the, it is and our consultant and the board thought that was the appropriate approach. But I also want to thank you for at the back, these missing words, etc. It does seem to have been rather a little sloppily put together, and I'm sure we'll get the consultant to fix that. Oh, I have to say that I'm not speaking for the board. I'm only speaking for myself. These are my opinions, but corrections like I just asked for, I think still need to be done. As far as the parking situation, it's not the Community Services District's responsibility, as has been stated, to provide parking for the beach. When you cross off of GCSD property and get into Caltrans property, and you get up on the highway and over toward the beach, you are now in 8 different jurisdictions. And GCSD is not one of them. Everybody from the Corps of Engineers, because there are perennial stream and wetlands that are involved that go right up by Observers Beach. And for another agency to wade in and say, well, we're a local agency and we have to provide parking for state resources. Well, we want to talk about financial problems that are happening. Personally, I think that Caltrans, this is an idiot idea that Caltrans has to eliminate all the parking along the Highway 1. And in my opinion, I think the parking on the west side, on the ocean side, should be maintained because that's what people come here for. This is the most used beach in San Mateo County, and there needs to be some parking in there. Some thought about it. On park activities, you asked about the dog park, which is part of the proposal, and GCSD is planning to have to hire a firm to mow the lawn, clean up after the dogs, and have basically a daily presence out there. That hasn't all been settled yet, of course, but we do recognize a responsibility to make the property usable and nice. It's mentioned about the possibility of a pickleball court. I don't play pickleball, but in the last 6 months I have taken 2 trips and happened to get located at Eat Lunch right next to a pickleball court. And another place had a room, second floor room with a pickleball court right underneath the balcony. Pickleball doesn't make very much noise. You know, it's not a loud sport, you know, and one court has 4 people on it at a time. I don't think this is really an issue. Operational expenses. One of the first moves that GCSD did 10 years ago when we became a parks district as well as a sewer district was to divert the property tax that comes to this district entirely to the park side. That's where the money's coming from. There will have to be another source of money. It will probably be a bond or a loan to do much of the construction. But it's projected that we will have enough property tax money to run the park in perpetuity. And the way that, as was mentioned here, every few years the state makes noise about taking that kind of money, ERAF money, et cetera, away from the special districts. But it hasn't happened yet. And our experience is basically, if you have a purpose for that money, which is now the park side of the district, they're probably never going to come and grab it. And if that comes up, of course, we'll fight. But it's the state or the state, right? In that same paragraph you mentioned artificial turf. Artificial turf is not in the plans, enough said. I don't know how you came up with these hours, or maybe the consultant. I haven't read nearly all of the ISNND yet. I will by next week's meeting. But these hours, 5 to 11 p.m. and 5 to 9 p.m., an early decision was made. There will be no lights in the park. There's no lighting. So people are not going to be out there having big parties and et cetera at 11 o'clock at night. In the summer, it stays light until about 9 o'clock, as we just saw. But in the winter and all the other times, it's the regular daylight. And the plan is to post signs that say the park closes at dusk. So I don't think that's a real problem either. And so that's about it on the letter. You have written now. I would urge MCC to postpone the letter and not have us postpone the park, because it's been 10 years since we acquired Parks Authority. There's been planning and work on this park for more than 5 years, intensive work. We always knew that if we got Parks Authority, that property we already owned, and that was going to be where the parks would happen. But intensive work has been going on for more than 5 years. There have been many outreach efforts, from letters to school meetings, as was mentioned. We held meetings at the elementary school. We publicized it in every way you can. No matter what you do, there's 10% of the people will never hear about anything. You know, and so you know, there were letters, we put up posters, we put things in the paper, and people are coming in now after 5 years of soliciting and listening to public input to say that there was no chance to comment. That's just not accurate. And that's about all. If you have any questions, I can speak for myself, but not for the board.
Questions, but
Thank you for coming.
thank you,
Yeah,
thank you
thanks.
for coming. It was really great to get your perspective.
Thank you.
Well,
We have
hold on.
we have other
I
people
think-
online.
Are you're offering to answer some questions
Yeah,
from me personally, but not from the board?
Right.
Should we wait till we've
let's,
got
we
to
have,
public
we haven't
comment?
heard from everybody yet, Dan. But I want to.
Okay, so we can revisit this?
But we can't
if
comment on public comment.
Yeah, we can-
We cannot do
No,
that.
you can. You can, that's wrong. You can.
Okay.
What I would suggest is we finish the public comment, and then if Matt is willing, then we can ask him some questions after it's
Sure.
closed.
Yes.
Okay.
Great. I think that's a good idea. Okay, let's hear from, I got Lindsay and then Jill.
I think Jill was first.
Wow,
You can go ahead, Lindsay, if you like.
Okay, awesome. Hi, my name's Lindsay. I'm a resident of El Granada and also a parent of a lovely 3-year-old who currently attends Picasso. And I really appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. And I agree with many of the comments about the environmental impact, parking, noise. But of course, the main focus of my comment is related to removing this really valuable asset to our community, which is Picasso Preschool. I reviewed the neg deck, and you know, Picasso's not even mentioned in any of it, and I find that to be, you know, a great error and kind of unbelievable. You know, as Kate mentioned earlier, there's really limited availability here on the coast for our little kids, and not being able to find a solution to, you know, to keep Picasso running and keep those spots available for our little ones is, you know, it's not the reason why I moved to this community, and it doesn't speak for, I think, the way that the community wants to be seen, you know, as valuing our children and valuing this small town. So I just wanted to, you know, throw my hat in the ring. Thank you, Kate, for your wonderful speech. I really do appreciate it and agree wholeheartedly with it. I think that, you know, we should slow down this process, make more, you know, space for comments of the public, and definitely find a solution for these children. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. All right, Jill. Good to see you.
Thanks, guys. My name is
Uh-oh, it's breaking
You're
up.
breaking up a little bit, Jill.
Maybe if you minimize your screen, turn off your screen, that might increase your bandwidth. Stop your video, and then maybe we'll have more bandwidth.
Oh, okay. Turn my face off, you mean?
Yes. It's just a hope.
It was getting better just there for a moment, but it sounds like it's intermittent bandwidth problems.
Am I breaking up or am I good?
Yeah, you're breaking up horribly. A lot of it we can't hear at all.
Let me try stopping your video and see if that helps. All right, now try speaking.
Okay, my name is Jill Grant.
You're there. Still breaking up.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jill Grant. I'm also
You're
Clark.
still breaking up really bad.
You know what? I'm going to use my phone. I'm going to call back in. Okay.
Okay.
There we go.
While we wait, do you want me to summarize what we've been getting in chat?
Yeah, summarize the chat.
All right, I don't want to mention all the names because I don't want to read it, but we can publish the chat. We have several people agreeing that the financials are of concern. We have several people concerned about the preschool. And I did attend a GCSD meeting sometime in the last year where Ray Miller was there, and there was a lot of concern about that. GCSD explained they didn't have the charter to run a school. Okay, so that was one of the issues. Let's see what else we got here. We have people complaining they didn't receive notice. Okay, at least one of those people I know is a homeowner. We heard the people talk about being renters. We have somebody agreeing that directing people to park in the harbor would be a big benefit. And complaining about the harbor taking up parking for RV. So that's about the summary of it. The tension seems to be a lot between the preschool, right, the parking, and this project.
I see Jill's back.
All right, Jill.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm using my phone. My name is Jill Grant. I'm a private citizen and longtime resident of El Granada. I did not receive any postcards or outreach from GCSD, and I actually ran for GCSD so that I could find out what was going on. I'm a renter and I prefer renting. I don't prefer owning a home. And somehow this counts against me, like I don't get to participate, which doesn't seem fair. But I'll let you know some of my comments. First of all, I very much appreciate you quickly pulling together a comment letter to GCSD. I know you didn't have much time. And I think the most important comment to put in your letter is to ask the GCSD to extend the public comment period for an additional 30 days, as most people have not properly reviewed the 170-page ISM&D, including myself, sitting right beside me, or the 247 pages of appendices, including a very important geotechnical study. And when I say most people, I include you, the 7 Midcoast Community Council members. I am willing to bet that none of you have read over 400 pages before this meeting. Regarding your letter, I am in agreement that we should be open to the possibility of supporting some development on the Burnham Strip. I love the idea of keeping the skate park. The half basketball court, that's fine. Adding pickleball, okay. But I would recommend placing all that infrastructure in the southern portion of the strip and out of the California Coastal Commission and subsequent San Mateo County local coastal program protected scenic view corridor. There's plenty of room at the existing Surfers Beach parking lot for all of these amenities. I feel that your letter should also cover the degradation of this protected scenic view corridor included in our coastal protections.
And I agree with your letter that we should manage growth consistent with the present rural character of the area. I also have concerns related to the expense of managing the project once completed. And I feel that the GCSD has basically mismanaged this property for years. They did not allow implementation or even discussion of any of the vegetation management policies recommended in their 2007 RCD management plan. They didn't eradicate the invasive white garden snail. They allowed biannual mowing through a protected wetland and within the LCP protected buffers of 2 intermittent streams. Sorry. I agree that the project should address significant impacts to public resources from the loss of parking for the iconic Surfers Beach. This proposed project deletes 170 parking spaces. It adds 37. The process of CEQA would call this parking issue a significant cumulative public access impact and the direct result of poor planning and poor partnerships. GCSD should have reached out to Caltrans, the Harbor District, the City of Half Moon Bay, county parks to coordinate and plan a path forward that ensures public access for all. I agree with the MCC that an assessment of project impacts combined with other projects causing related impacts, including all reasonably foreseeable future projects, should have been included in this ISMND. Like the MCC, I have concerns related to noise and parking, especially on the homes in the immediate vicinity of the community center, given the project's estimated frequency of evening events. Because I live across the street from Picasso Preschool. I get to enjoy all those parents dropping off their adorable little kids every morning and picking them up every evening. It's no bother. I love it. My neighbors love it too. My neighborhood is a quiet neighborhood. We have long-term renters and we have property owners. We take care of our gardens, we take care of our pets, our families. Some of us have children, some are seniors. We get along, we help each other, we watch out for each other. But I wonder what will happen when the Picasso Preschool becomes an event center with wedding receptions every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. The community center parking lot will only accommodate 20 vehicles. Typical wedding receptions are 50 to 100 people. Where will they park? On adjacent roadways? There's no room on Coronado Street. Every evening it fills up with my neighbors' cars and my own. We all have our own spots, our regular spots. There's no controversy, but once the weddings start, we will be displaced. Wedding attendees will slide into our spots on Coronado before we get home from work on a Friday, or when we're out at the market on a Saturday or Sunday. And we will be required to park blocks away from our home. We will also be required to sit through 5 to 6 hours of awful wedding music, as the plan allows amplified music until 10 or 11 p.m., Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Your letter should also address significant impacts to public access, such as the eviction and closure of the 27-year-old preschool facility, Picasso Preschool. The plan will displace over 50 families that rely on Picasso Preschool for their childcare needs. Maybe you don't know, but when you work full-time and you have children, you need affordable childcare, and much of your time is spent shopping for an opening or getting on wait lists hoping to find a spot. The childcare issue to me is similar to affordable housing. It's very rare, especially on the coast. In fact, you cannot find a comparable childcare facility unless you go downtown to Half Moon Bay or to Pacifica. I'm also sick of hearing other GCSD board members use the excuse that this park plan has been in the works for 10 years and is already approved by the community. That is a false statement. It has not been approved. This is the public comment period. Everyone has the right to comment. We are basically in the process of approval now. During the February 2022 meeting, past GCSD board members Eric and David complained that GCSD was not listening to public comments. and that 3 members of the board steamrolled the project through. One example of this is they never completed the needs assessment and analysis for a hybrid childcare community center that was promised on October 20th, 2022 by then President Barbara Dye. This didn't happen. In the same public meeting, the GCSD promised to send a postcard to all ratepayers to ask if they would support a hybrid model. This didn't happen. GCSD promised to reach out to partners such as Caltrans in regard to their adjacent right-of-way and upcoming bicycle lanes, to reach out to Half Moon Bay for their new restroom and conversion of the existing paid parking lot to disabled parking spots, to reach out to the Harbor District on ideas on how they will accommodate future parking, and to reach out to San Mateo County Parks in collaboration for reusing natural materials harvested from Quarry Park for the strip. They promised partnerships, but they did not deliver. This is poor planning. This is GCSD not doing their due diligence. The process of CEQA gives the public the opportunity to comment on significant impacts from proposed projects. The intent of CEQA has been corrupted, and to reiterate, I strongly suggest, in addition to your letter requesting that GCSD extend the comment period for the public to review the 400+ pages, including technical data of the ISMND. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
We got one more chat comment that we haven't heard. That having local preschool option alleviates traffic. Otherwise, people would have to drive back and forth to Half Moon Bay. So, I mean, I hadn't heard that. I hadn't heard that one before.
Can we take the transcript from Joel's comment and use that as our letter?
No.
We're not allowed to do that?
Okay.
As far as pickleball noise, can I just testify on that? There's a link here too. In New York City, there has been conflict between pickleball players and local neighbors. Of course, they have hard surfaces all around, echoing the noise. I have played pickleball. It has been an issue. They've actually come out with a new ball, which is less noisy. Okay. As a pickleball player, my only issue is going to be that it's too windy to have a productive game in the location they're picking, because the onshore breezes are going to make it too tough. But the noise has been an issue, but has been mitigated by redesign of the ball and the rackets.
Honestly, it's only in there because there is a constituency for it in the community.
Sure there is.
Yeah.
Just to tag on to that, the noise is not just the ball. Depends on who's playing, right? So there's,
you've heard.
That's going to be true no matter what the activity is.
And honestly, there's yelling and screaming. Just like volleyball, right? Some people, they're screaming and yelling, and depending on who's playing, it can get really loud.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
I don't see any other chats new issues.
So what I want to do is close public comment. I want to acknowledge that Dan was correct. It was better that we did this before we had a discussion about editing the letter. I want to offer, if you are willing to answer a couple of questions, not as a member of the board, but as a person who is knowledgeable about GCSD, if you are willing to do that, then Dan, you wanted to ask something?
Yeah, I don't think right now.
Oh, he hasn't.
As far as,
you're okay with that?
it's 20 minutes.
Yes.
Can you just kind of stand by, maybe something might come up.
Well, I think if you're going to ask something, you should ask it now. Otherwise, we need to move to figuring out what we're doing with this letter.
Yeah. So are the council? I mean, I got a bit to say.
Okay. All right. Okay, but do you have anything to ask? Was it Chris?
Matt.
Matthew. Matt. Do you have anything to ask Matthew?
Shit, there's so freaking much, right? There's so much
language.
Okay.
So
well, I'm not gonna criticize anybody for language. I drop bombs all the time.
I can't pull it out right now, but there might be something to come up in a moment. Can I?
Well, I mean, are you okay hanging out in case Stan wants to ask you a question?
And if did you want? Were you heading out, or did you want? Were you planning on sticking around?
Yes, it is, okay, can we let the,
Yes, if you have questions, I can answer as an individual.
See, that's the part where it gets really sticky, you know, just everything is.
if you can't think of something off your head, I would like to give you the chance to go home.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry if I kept you, what, 5, 6 more, 10 more minutes. I'm certain that there will be some things come up the rest of this meeting, but I understand, you know, you got a schedule and I want to keep.
And it's almost 10 o'clock at night.
And it's 9:42.
Right. So in the spirit of moving forward on our stuff.
Right.
See you later, Matt.
Anyone else have any questions?
I don't know.
I have a comment just in regard to several comments I heard, if that's okay.
Sure.
I heard several comments about the Harbor District and their responsibility for parking, and I want to remind the public that the Harbor District would benefit from hearing from all of you because they get very little public comment on an ongoing basis, and they kind of actively discourage public comments. So it would be very helpful to comment to the Harbor District on the loss of parking and how they're handling parking because it impacts all of us. The other thing I would mention is that Harvey Rareback from Half Moon Bay mentioned a meeting or so ago and at one of the Half Moon Bay meetings that the Harbor District has purchased the land above the lot where the fishermen now park and kayakers and surfers, the lot across from
North of Sam's.
North of Sam's, yes, where the launch ramps are. And he mentioned that there were plans to turn that into parking. So depending on how you feel about that, I would encourage you again to comment to the Harbor District on, whatever your thoughts are on turning that green space into parking.
Respectfully though, isn't this off topic? Because we're not talking about the harbor.
I heard a lot of comments tonight about parking, and I think it is relevant.
Yeah, but
because that would potentially
there's no
add
parking there now.
parking.
There's
and
just
it-
hearsay that there may someday, we don't know.
It was talked about in a public meeting.
Well, there's been a lot of things at the Harbor District that have been public that kind of turned around.
You know,
I'd let her make her comment.
I'm just-
Her comment is
Well,
about
that's it.
the confluence of all these issues.
All right. You have some things you wanted to say, Dan?
Yes, thank you. So, at one time, there was no GCSD. And there was a core group that actually fought against people that did not want the GCSD to exist. And I was one of them. So I was part in creating the GCSD. At least, from a voting standpoint. And I think a lot of the core, you've heard from a few of the core people that advocated for the GCSD to form tonight. That would be Lenny Schultz and Fran Pollard, myself. I can't think of anybody else that might have been included. And I think the original core was, really looking for something simple. I agree with Chris about, I agree with a lot of things. I don't want to go item, but scaling back to some degree, I think would be good. It's so complex. There's so many problems. It's on paper, it looks, it looks beautiful. I mean, it could look beautiful, but there's a lot of, because it's so complex, there's a lot of little issues. Some are big. And I want to say that parking is the biggest issue in my mind. maybe, well, it's actually kind of hard to say. The fact that it's a wildlife corridor and foraging habitat, you know, that we may not see the blue herrings there anymore. The parking, as Chris said, you know, people come here for the beach. Full stop. They come here and they can't get to the beach or whatever, and they see this, they might just opt. So the parking, the current existing parking, ungraded parking, informal parking is, in my mind, what should, it can be improved a little bit in my mind, but it shouldn't be, we shouldn't have this drastic change. What is proposed here, as far as the diagonal on Obispo, that won't work. That's a racetrack that's heavily, on the weekends, heavily used for people pulling back and stopping. It's just, it would be a nightmare. Best for long term would be to have cars come and enter what is now the informal parking lot from Obispo and then leave from Obispo, one car at a time, and having the full width of the line of sight as they egress from the lot. You know, I get what has been said, that, you know, it's not the GCSD's purpose to provide parking. The fact of the matter is, I'm very, very happy that this land was purchased by GCSD. Very, very happy. But I purchased it under a condition that, knowing that this parking lot is used, and to take it away from the public, I just think you're gonna have a lot of enemies. I think there has to be something that can work, you know, whether with Caltrans, somehow have some type of kickback, because GCSD will be, just at the end of the day, will be providing parking for beachgoers. It's just the way it is. It needs to be resolved and ironed out. I think it's a good location. I know it's not perfect, but, you know, it's right across the street from where they, you know, I have some ideas. I don't want to get into them now about safer crossing in that area. I don't want to get into them now, but this has worked. I've been here 35 years. This works. I've seen it work. Yes, some drivers don't like to slow down for anybody. The guy's giving you body language he wants to cross. You're not crossing. They'll just keep on driving. We have to all, in my mind, work together and kind of be alert. I'm not saying anybody's wrong, but yes, some people will run out too fast, and some people will refuse to slow down. But so far it's worked. Not perfectly, but it's worked. That's on the parking. The other thing is just the elephant in the room is that everybody knows, it's obvious that there will be an enormous parking problem. But yet Caltrans is not available to discuss it, the greater solution. The county is not available in any public meeting to discuss the greater solution. GCSD's position is, hey, it's not our job. There's a problem, and it needs to get worked out. I think someday it will get worked out, but I got a hunch that somebody else's plan is to do something drastic with this Caltrans, or the remaining 1/3 is Caltrans, and I don't know what it is, but I got a feeling, because all these other moves are being made, the decision has already been made outside of public scrutiny and questioning. We'll see what happens with the parking, but again, the best situation is to leave the informal parking because you're gonna have the maximum amount of parking spaces in that condition. You know, there's some wetlands issues in the northern part of the park. Apparently they haven't been acknowledged. They are documented by San Mateo Resource Conservation District, RCD. But they're not documented on the neg deck. Not acknowledged. I've got concerns with the dog park for a different reason. I don't want to get in that too heavy, but yes, I think there's going to be a lot. You start to add them all up. There's going to be a lot of impacts to the visual resource. As Chris said earlier, you know, there can be some improvements, but things need to be scaled back, in my opinion. You know, all the vegetation change, the mass amount of work to change all the vegetation, weeds will come back, and there's going to be an ongoing cost for managing the weeds. You know, in the old, a lot of people say, "Oh, well, you can't do it. You got to do something. You can't walk on that. You can't walk on that field. Come on, let's go for holes." Well, before probably a lot of you, I know, I'm sure Matthew remembers, back in the day when there were chili cook-offs and everything, before the hotel was built, where the hotel is sitting now, there used to be chili cook-offs, there used to be circuses. They put a big tent circus. Well, you know, all they'd do is they'd throw straw down. They'd kind of mow it, throw straw down, and people would walk on it, no problem. I think what it needs a lot of organic matter. Straw would be one. Over time, it would build up, and it would be better, easier to, more comfortable to walk on. But I'm not saying that's the solution. I'm just saying I think it should be scaled back. And then as far as the trail, I've got concerns with this trail on the southern side. It would be entering the informal parking lot of what is today, and then going along Obispo southbound to Coronado. A lot of people park along that road, and by putting this major trail in, you're going to eliminate parking, but also you're going to ask for a lot of difficulty, because at this area the creek is like 10 feet away. So to build this trail right next to the creek, there's a lot to do with that, with all the protections of the riparian corridor. It's just going to get expensive. I think it should be explored to be on the west side. I'm not sure. I haven't been to any meetings where this was discussed. Let me back up a second. From day one, from the very first meeting of this park, I attended, and I attended many of them. And I've said the same thing at every meeting. But always walked away feeling like I wasn't heard. I think that in general, things should be simple and don't mess with the parking. I've said that at every meeting. And then apparently the plastic turf is not an issue. I heard that at GCSD meetings, it was discussed. Maybe can I ask you, since you're here, Matthew, can you tell me maybe the history of the plastic turf? It was or was not ever discussed in the meeting, or it changed? They decided to kick it out, or what?
My recollection is it was never seriously considered.
Okay, so it's just kind of, okay, never serious.
I would like to comment that we've had at least half a dozen meetings with the county. And one, this new plan that Caltrans has put out, the county never mentioned it because they were never consulted, that's my conclusion. And traffic and parking is a major issue at the county level, and we're hoping to get 2 more stop signs on our bid side at Portola, one each direction.
Really?
That will slow things down. And again, the county is, I think it was actually the county's idea, I could be wrong, put that, the trail along Obispo and across near those wetlands.
Well, you know, for all these reasons, let me just add 2 more things. You know, apparently there was a promise, or it was led the community to believe that there was going to be a needs and assessment analysis for the preschool. Apparently it's not been done. The concept would be to have both have it operational as a preschool in the daytime, and then you'd roll shelving, and then all of a sudden it's opened up to a space that could be used for events or whatever. Yes, complicated, but can be done. And apparently that assessment, I heard it was promised and it was never done. And then again, I'll just focus on scaling back and keep the parking. Don't make things more complex. You know, I live here, I'm a ratepayer. I don't want my rates to go up. And I'd like to see the financials. I really strongly agree with a lot of the other community members that recommend we ask for an extension. And, you know, I'm a little, well, I would have liked to see the GCSD give an official presentation of this and a Q&A. And because it's been designed so complex.
5 years of public meetings.
Well, it's changed, it's evolved. This is like going across the finish line. So, you know, now is the time to have the final answers and to really understand. It's very difficult to understand what's happening when you go to one meeting and there's this, and then you go, oh, you come another year and there's this. Oh, they don't know what they, you know, nobody knows. Don't get me wrong, Matthew, I respect you a great deal. I'm just saying, in general, the process, because it's been so complicated from the beginning, if it was simpler from the get-go, I don't think. Anyway, we're taking this football across the goal line, and now is the time to really fully understand what's going on. So I understand people are you know, have been working on this for a long time. I understand. Late nights.
Okay. Can we start moving to what we're gonna do with this actual letter?
Yes, I think some amendments. I think that I think we should move forward, and somebody said postpone, don't send a letter, just ask for an extension. I think that we want to get the letter in and generally say that, you know, hey, this letter may not be perfect. You guys gave us little time to digest the enormous document, didn't help us with a presentation and a Q&A first, which would have alleviated a lot of these questions and
I would like to point out I twice invited them to come. Having you here has been great, even though you're not representing them officially.
So
I twice invited them and they declined.
So based on that, and based on the complexity, we're probably not gonna be able to do a great job on a letter tonight. We can get across and we can say, hey, this letter's not perfect. You know, we feel that we should have been given more time, et cetera, for us and the community to fully understand it, digest it. Here's our letters. We need time to really polish it up so that we can stand by it better. But in the meantime, I think that there are some other things that we might want to add to it. And we can do that in amendment process, one at a time, paragraph at a time.
Yeah, we'll come back to that, yes. Kimberly?
I want to take advantage of the moment to ask. You said you asked GCSD if they could present. Can you remind us, Matthew, if there's ever been a presentation to the
Yes,
MCC?
there has. We had a presentation here, and I'm looking at the website from July 10th, 2020, which would have been another one. It's posted by Dave Olson. Unfortunately, the links that Dave has on this page or whatever are now broken. So I can't find the presentation they gave. But I know we've had Barbara here as well as this. So we've had general presentations.
Okay, I actually think I remembered that. So I probably have notes from that somewhere. But I was just curious because it came up a few times. So that would have been the only time they came and gave us a presentation. Twice.
I don't think it's happened since I've started attending these meetings, and I started attending them about 6 months before I joined the.
So before 2020 or after?
I think we had a presentation in 2021, 2022, but it would take some time to find it. Well, I don't know why that's critical, but I do think it's true they've been working on it for 10 years, and it's true they have told us about this.
Okay, that's just the point I wanted to get to.
Yes.
I want to point out again that we agendize various aspects of this project on meeting after meeting, sometimes 4 months in a row. And basically, no one showed up. You know, we have monthly meetings, it's on the agenda. You can get the entire agenda packet sent to you, or you can come in and ask for a printed copy, and no one shows up. No comments. So, you know.
I think if Matthew Clark gets to answer questions, I should as well. So the GCSD promised to have a presentation in front of MCC at the beginning of the public comment period. I don't know why they didn't do it. I didn't even know this ISM&D was released on the day it was released, and I'm on the board of directors. I found out the day after. So it's very strange to me how this works.
So I think we need to come up with a suggestion on this letter, on the major points we're gonna have.
Right.
I could sit here and talk to you about another reason for delay, having to do with stormwater and sewer. I'll skip the details. But I think, could we just agree on a few highlights? There's a parking coordination and joint planning issue that involves many agencies. There's potential stormwater problems. What else do we agree on? That a need for delay? Would we gain anything by delaying?
So do we have a time frame that we have to meet? Is there a comment period?
Right now.
Right now, it's a few days after this meeting.
Yes, it's 5 days from now is the end of the comment.
So what would we gain by asking for a delay on the on the neg deck? And then what about the concerns we're not gonna talk about in the neg deck, which, you know, may not be our position to make, but, you know, people have concerns about financials and all that stuff, you know, maybe other ratepayers at GCSD would comment. I don't view those as neg deck issues, but, and then the preschool, that's another major point. Does that belong in a neg deck? That seems, you know, it's a major community impact. I've heard it at a GCSD meeting, but it's not an environmental issue. Are we within our rights to comment on loss of a community service?
You could argue a lot of things. I'm also not convinced it belongs in the neg deck, but I think what it does indicate is that maybe we need a separate response to draft in regard to those things.
But it's part of the whole plan. It's part of this plan. So it's part of, the preschool is part
But
of
The
the
neg
neg
deck
deck.
has a particular purpose, right? It's not, it's different than commenting on just a general project plan.
Yeah, and I do what, that's a good point.
right.
There's another chance to comment on the project. I do want to mention one other thing, because I have heard some GCSD meetings. There is another constituency that did not show up here tonight that wants a senior center. Okay, they're not as outspoken as the parents, but there are people, presumably seniors, and, you know, Sid Young, et cetera, who want a senior center, and there's perceived to be some benefit for that. So I don't know what we get involved in refereeing when it's GCSD's project and it's GCSD's community.
Right, yes. I mean, I think our role is just is again to articulate the different perspectives that are in the community.
Right.
So like articulating that there is a constituency for a senior center and articulating that there is a strong constituency for the childcare that current school provides, I think is important. But we do have to circle back to if the purpose of this letter is really just to comment on the neg deck itself, then I would say that I think, for instance, the childcare issue is actually not part of that process. It's part of commenting on the project itself, which, if I understood that communication I got earlier, there will be times to do that later in the process.
Can you put at the beginning a statement that we're limiting the detailed comments to the neg deck, but we have the following major issues to comment on later?
Yes,
about
that's
the project?
where I was headed was, yes, something like that. I think we probably shortened this letter to something about, first of all, asking for, well, do we want to ask for, I guess I don't know that actually we need to ask for an extension if most of what we want to comment on is project-related stuff that would come later in the process, aside from listing, here are the areas of concern that we have, without going into detail about
right, just
all the
listing.
concern, but here's the list of things that there is a lot of interest in the community to discuss further, and comment primarily on the communication process between GCDs and comment. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So I think there is a reason to ask for an extension, not just for us, but to ask for an extension so that more of the public can comment on the neg deck if they wish to. That's what I heard here over and over.
Okay.
But we need a letter to ask for that.
Yeah, we need to get the letter
Include
out.
all this other stuff too we're talking about, right? Please give us an extension, this is what we found so far, whatever you want to say.
I'm happy to ask for it.
Because we need to send something, right? Today we need to approve
Yes,
something.
today we have to approve something today.
Yes.
I'll be a little surprised if they grant an extension, but I'm happy to ask for it.
I think we should strongly ask for it. And we heard that over and over, and that's what we are supposed to do.
Okay, so can we approve something that do we have to do it now? Do we have to see it, or can we say, please add this to our existing letter? Or do you want to type it in there right now?
It's
It's
10:10.
after 10. Okay, it's 10:10. Okay, are you guys comfortable with delegating that? Because we have, whatever we're gonna do, we have to approve tonight. So if you're
I think
comfortable-
we need to vote on bullet points, if you want to do it that way.
Okay, so
Vote on the list
point
of
is to
things
ask-
that need to be included.
Strongly ask for an extension.
that's one bullet point.
Okay, so strongly ask for extension.
The point I made at the beginning of this.
Okay, wait, let me write down what these are, somewhere, so that. because I'm
While
not
you're doing
gonna-
that, so the neg deck, I don't even know what that means, to be honest with you, but that has negative impacts, right? We're talking about negative impacts.
Negative
Mitigated
environmental.
negative.
Let me explain it to you.
Environmental
Explain it to you.
I got it. Negative environmental impacts is fine, because all this other stuff are non-environmental impacts.
Correct, that's why I mean, like, for instance, the childcare thing is, you know,
It's not an
for everyone
environmental-
affected by it is a very clear negative impact, but
Okay.
it's not an environmental impact.
So,
and so
the
it's
the whole thing with the
Traffic and
preschool,
parking impacts.
the traffic is
Can I-
considered part of that, but yes,
just real quick,
Dan.
the whole thing with preschool, what you guys are talking about. Yes, preschool doesn't dovetail, doesn't fit perfectly, but it does fit. It's awkward, but it should apply. The environmental checklist here goes over, land use and planning, population and housing, recreation, et cetera. So I don't know which would fit in
Okay.
perfectly, but
Okay, fine.
There's no
I
downside.
understand.
There's no-
It would-
sure.
It would be awkward, it doesn't, but
So,
it's part of the plan.
okay,
Okay.
okay, wait.
It's in the neg deck.
All right, Dan. So first bullet point is strongly ask for a 30-day extension. Second bullet point is comment on the strong negative impact on the loss of childcare for the families that are affected by it.
And comment on the congestion of parking.
Okay, wait, was that the childcare bullet point?
I would,
And then I'll add the next thing.
I would say like look into the hybrid, complete the hybrid option, or if you just want to acknowledge that, hey, we are seeing that there is gonna be a great problem, we would like to see other options looked at as far as 100% losing Picasso School. Something of that sort, I don't know.
Do you want me to share my screen so they can see what you're typing, or would you rather?
No, just keep it.
Oh, I just made
When
it,
he's
I just
done.
made a different, I'm just doing the bullet points in a different.
A different document.
Yeah.
We'll read the.
Okay, and so the next thing was, so we already have some traffic stuff in there, but what do you want added beyond what's already in there?
I'm a little unclear, I just want to make sure we.
Or was the
comment.
traffic thing the
Stormwater,
ancillary impact?
stormwater's in here, did we strengthen that?
So my comment at the beginning about
Okay, tell me what that was again.
coordination with Caltrans on
There's something about that already in there.
anticipating movement of the highway.
Oh, okay, so anticipating the movement of the highways. Oh.
But overall, there's just a need for coordinated planning by several agencies that is not being met, and unfortunately, GCSD is just right in the middle.
Well, it's true, and that's not necessarily GCSD's issue, but I think the issue is that expectations have to be set, and this issue has to be acknowledged in this plan, that this park may have a limited lifespan. At least the way it is conceived right now.
Yeah, I'll pause while you get that, Gus.
Mm-hmm.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
All right, so now Matthew testified that the lights at the park would be off at dusk.
No lights.
No lights.
That's
No
a
lights. No lights. Now, in our post-completion noise, we have a thing here talking about 5 to 11 PM, Monday to Saturday.
is specifically listed in the neg deck, yeah.
It's listed in the neg
Is
deck?
that for
I gave
construction?
the, no, that's
That's for the.
Party.
So the
community
amplified
center.
noise is, in the neg deck, it says amplified noise will be cut off at 10, but you'll still be able to use the thing until 11.
Without lights?
No, that's the park. There will be lights at the community center. There'll have to be lights.
Community center, yes.
He's
Oh,
talking
okay.
about the parks.
Okay, oh, so
The
there's still a
action
risk,
after hours.
there's still
at
a
the
risk of
community
this
center.
noise from wedding parties, it's a
Yeah.
balance.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, hey, it's closing, let's just go in the parking lot and get a
That's
beer or
what
something.
my wife said. She's like, the parking lot's gonna be full of people who's like hanging out after. Yes. Which, by the way, is what they do at the skate park.
So are you gonna mention the financial concerns, lack of financial plan, financial risk?
There's already some of that in there too.
So roll back a
There's-
second.
Yes,
The structure,
yes,
community center,
yes.
is that, so I was thinking that that's a separate planning process, but is that actually something, because that involved lighting. It does involve lighting.
Yeah, there's something about the lighting in there. I can't remember exactly what the phrasing was, but there's something about the lighting of on the actual community center.
I mean, do we want to to mention that
What
we're
about it?
encouraging dark
Dark
sky
sky.
friendly lighting?
Yeah, if it doesn't already say that, I'll make a note to double check what it says about the lighting.
And that lighting be curtailed after a certain hour?
That's a good point. We have asked the school, for instance, to turn the lights off automatically, something like 6 p.m. or as soon as their use of the room stops.
I'm assuming in this case it'd be more like 11 p.m. or something. If there are events.
Is there anything else that goes on the laundry list of things to add?
Let's end it. Vote.
So what, are we going to vote to delegate to you to finalize the letter?
Yes, that's.
I move we authorize
I'd like to add
the
some more
chair to,
Hang on one
Did
second.
we go through the whole list first? Are we sure
Okay.
those are all the things?
That's what I'm
Should we
asking.
check with Claire and Ann? Are they still with us?
Have we lost them?
I'm still here.
Is there anything, Anne, or Claire, that you wanted added to the letter that is not currently there?
No,
No.
I think it was pretty comprehensive.
Yeah, I'm still here. There's probably even more than I wanted to say has been said, so I'm good.
Okay. Okay. Then the list, as I have it right now, is to strongly ask for a 30-day extension. Mention the strong negative impact of the loss of childcare, the loss of CASO, the need to coordinate with Caltrans because of the potential need to move significant infrastructure because of climate change / sea level rise, which therefore limits the potential lifespan of the park. And then to double check what it says about the lighting, and if it does not already say so, to ask that it be Dark Sky International compliant and ensure that the lights will be automatically turned off past a certain point. Is there anything else that needs to be added?
Here's something I heard that I'm a little confused about. So there was someone who raised environmental impact concerns, and that maybe this should have been an EIR. I'm assuming there's no going back, if this is it and there will be no EIR, or is that something that can be reversed?
I believe Chris Rogers, who was a biologist, stated something to the effect that he questioned the neg deck.
He said he was writing his own letter with
I mean-
details.
He's writing his own letter. Yeah.
Should we be asking for an EIR in this letter? I heard
Yes,
numerous
yes.
comments about environmental concerns.
Who just said
Is
yes?
it Claire?
I did.
No. Claire,
So Claire agrees that we should be asking for an EIR?
Yes.
There are a lot of impacts that just are.
all right.
So request a full EIR.
You know,
Mobile designated.
impact of the wetlands, repairing corridor work, you know, the retaining wall.
People
So
raising
it's
their
just,
hands.
it's all over the
Close
place.
Comment, so you might want to mention that.
Yeah, right. We've actually closed public comment, but you can feel free to add things to the chat, and we will publish the full chat. Okay, requested full areas of potential impacts to riparian areas and wetland areas. Yes, Dan.
You know, as far as, you know, the neg deck represents that there is no significant impact. Well, there will be an impact when they put a retaining wall into that riparian corridor. So that will be a challenge. That specific item would be a challenge to the claiming that there's no significant impact.
I didn't see about a retaining wall.
Pardon?
I didn't see anything about a retaining wall.
You don't have the drawing. This is all conceptual.
Not
There's
so
no-
much.
In order to get a trail right next to a living creek, you have to have something. Otherwise, everything, in the wintertime, the water goes up, everything gets saturated, and it just falls down. There has to be some mitigation to.
It's a bridge,
It's a bridge?
yeah. You cross the stream from bridges.
I'm not talking about the stream.
We did get a comment in the chat
I'm talking about
asking
parallel,
for GCSD to give a
on
presentation
Obispo.
of the neg deck
on Obispo.
to the MCC. as soon as
Obispo
they-
Road.
Which I have twice asked.
I know, but putting it in writing in the letter.
Fair enough.
Obispo Road.
parcel of the extension.
Yeah, okay.
So 2 other points.
Right at this area here.
Every place where there's a water course, there will be a bridge.
But you're parallel to the creek, so a bridge is not needed. Or you're
I
gonna,
heard a lot of comments about signage.
there's a bridge here,
recognize that
I
the
acknowledge,
signage
a
is
bridge
not
here,
necessarily
I acknowledge.
part of
Over
the
here,
design.
Dan,
this trail is.
Dan, we're talking over here, council's talking.
Right, so there's that
creek comes from up
signage,
here
but I
and
think
goes
there is a
underneath,
need for
comes out of here.
signage related to the park.
Related to the park, what signage are we asking for?
We're talking
There were
about
people asking for signage directing people to park in the harbor. I heard
I
that.
heard from
That's for
several people, including friend Pollard, that more signage is needed.
Yeah, she was agreeing about signage to direct people to park in the harbor, but that's not related to this.
But also to direct people how to enter and exit and all that.
I don't remember that.
If you think not, I'm looking through my notes here, so. And then there was one other point. The view corridor came up a few times.
That's right,
Yeah,
view corridor.
did come up a few times, yeah, that is true.
That's an
All right,
LCP, that's an LCP item that they need to follow.
Okay,
So-
so what specifically,
So do we
Would
think
you
it's
like it to say about
compliant?
Preserve the preserve the view corridor.
preserving, okay.
Well,
so-
how do you do that? You know, you only put one
Let's not get
bathroom.
into how, it's just a question, it's a bullet point.
I think that you just mentioned that it needs to be compliant with the LCP,
Okay.
unless I'm misunderstanding.
Unfortunately, it'll be subjective to some point.
So with the San Mateo County LCP, I just want to
Correct.
refer to it correctly. I've been up
Lisa will
since
have
2
it on
a.m.
the,
You can look it up, it's
MCC
policy,
website.
policy, 8.5. It's one of
Local coastal plan.
San
There's
Mateo.
a, there
That's
is a
one of-
place where the
maybe
view
others.
corridor is discussed in the neg deck, but what it says is that stretch of Highway 1 that the park abuts is not currently
Right.
a scenic corridor. It is a stretch that has the potential to one day be designated as a scenic view corridor, but it is not actually designated as such today. So the neg deck takes the position that because it is not designated as one today, there isn't actually.
No, it's in the
an
neg deck.
obligation
They
to-
they acknowledge it. It's just their interpretation is that they are not damaging the view corridor.
No, they specifically said that the stretch of Highway 1 has the potential to be designated scenic, but is not designated scenic today.
Who said that?
Run
No,
the
that is
entire
false.
stretch of this proposed
Yes,
park?
across the entire stretch of this proposed.
Okay.
It's called the
Who
Local
said-
Coastal Program, and there's a website on our, there's a page on our website, San Mateo County's Local Coastal Program.
This all came up when we did this thing about the El Granada School.
Yes.
Definitely that. it's
Yeah, and
definitely-
she showed the map and it.
I think you
don't
guys
think
are
it was on there.
misunderstanding. No, it's getting all confused.
It's
Highway 1 is absolutely a scenic corridor. There's no denying that.
Yes,
What was brought up, the question from the residents above the school, do they have a protected view?
no, they don't, but the people driving on the highway do. So
Right, so
the
the-
people driving down the highway have a right to look at something attractive in this park.
Absolutely, and the whole Burnham Park is in the view corridor, there's no denying that. Best visual for open space quality, coastal roads and access ways, so all the coastal roads and the coastal access ways. So if there's a view from the bike trail, any access to the coast,
Let me read you this. From Obispo Road and Avenue Alhambra, the views of the site are generally characterized by the existing single-story structure, i.e. the school, skate ramp and informal dirt parking area. No formally designated scenic vistas occur in the vicinity of the project site, and the site is not visible from any designated state scenic highway. That is true because that stretch of highway has not yet been designated as scenic. The project site is adjacent to State Route 1, which is an eligible state scenic highway.
Are you talking about our situation, or are you talking about some other situation?
I'm talking about what is in the neg deck about this project.
Most of us seem to think that that's an erroneous statement.
Something's screwed up.
Okay, so it is, okay, so is our position then
We
that
question,
the
yeah.
consultants have gotten this wrong?
We question it, yeah.
Okay, all right.
I think
So-
we can raise the question.
Okay, we will raise, okay,
And-
I will add that to the list, that we are raising the question.
And
about-
maybe it is worth, since there were a few comments, in fact, one said different neighbors have different view sheds. And maybe the MCC can encourage some sensitivity to the fact that this will impact what neighbors see, so.
Which direction are you talking about views?
From east to west? Well, that's a good point too, right? I mean, it could be,
There's the beach house and Sam's and the RV park. They're what you get looking towards the ocean and the whole northern half of this.
I guess.
Is that a great view you want to preserve?
I guess
They burned down the beach house once.
we're assuming what the attractive view is, right? The point, I think, was that a view is different for everyone depending on where their perspective
We
is.
want to preserve the view of the beach house.
I don't. It's worth asking the question, though, just about the view shed.
Type in San Mateo County Scenic View Corridor.
Is that Lisa?
No.
R on there.
So it's a view of open space, and it's protected. It's in the view
All
corridor.
right, we'll just ask the question.
I will,
Question.
okay, give me a second to just type the question. I need a minute. Also, I have been up since 2 a.m., so my patience is fraying.
Same here.
Okay.
We have a comment here that says you can suggest an EIR. This is from Chris Rogers, the biologist. But it would only be appropriate if there are still potentially significant impacts that are not adequately mitigated by the project as proposed. Whether or not this is the case will emerge from the response to comments, changes to the project, etc. Maybe adding more impacts and mitigation measures. An EIR is not the panacea to we don't like certain parts of the project and we want you to do more analysis. Agencies have been sued over misapplication of CEQA in this way.
You could just.
So that's a relevant comment.
Yeah, I'm a little skeptical about requesting a full EIR, but
Well,
I will do it if everybody wants to do it.
He says it's only appropriate if there are potentially significant impacts that are not adequately mitigated.
So I think if we're gonna ask for it, we have to be able to point to here's what the,
Yeah.
like, we would have to make that case. And it's not clear to me that we are prepared to make that case adequately.
And that's another reason why maybe we need to.
It may be too soon to, if they don't answer all our questions, then the thing is we're under the gun. Maybe it's too soon to ask for full EIR. We don't have all the information yet, so it's unfortunate that we don't have all this information together and we're not all really clear in the community. We believe that there are impacts, and I think therefore maybe a EIR should be
I think we
appropriate.
should ask for the extension. I don't think we should ask for the EIR at this point, because I don't think we're prepared to make the kind of case that would need to be made to actually ask for that. Then if we get the extension and we can put together the case, then I think we should do it, but but I think we would need more time and preparation to do that. Okay.
I'm looking for that map that Lisa put up that one time, but I can't find it. It's not on our website, right? The view corridor map?
I think.
We
it's
have in the chat,
It is in our web.
look
on
at the
website.
chat. Or do you have access to the chat?
Not really. That would take me a while to get in there.
Well, we have a map here provided by Chris.
Let's focus on the
I
bullet
think all
points.
we do is question it. We don't need to get into try and make an actual determination at this moment. Just raise the question.
Okay.
We have another agenda item tonight, by the way.
Do we want to, this issue that was raised of rerouting bikes to the parallel trail? Do you want to raise that at all, or
You want me to just strike that?
is it in the, it's in there
It's in
now?
the current letter now.
Okay,
I like
sorry.
it. I like
It
it.
was hard to digest all that.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I'm good with
Yeah.
that.
So you ride bikes a lot.
I ride more bikes than all these, everybody practically here combined.
Except my brother-in-law.
Maybe I missed it. How are
He's a god
they?
to me, by the way. No, I like
But the
it.
letter
You like the-
supports
I like it.
rerouting, or
Yeah.
it does not? So what I heard was that that's a bad idea.
Yes, Carl argues that's a bad idea.
Okay.
Okay, so
So are we voting to
What
allow
exactly-
Gus to write the letter? Based
To
on
amend
this
the letter with these.
bullet points?
With these bullet points, basically turned into
Did
sentences.
we have a motion to do so?
So, not yet, but before we do, Dan, what else do you have to say?
how can it be this language about forcing people into the parallel trail when there is no parallel trail?
It doesn't, it says, it actually says,
I must have missed that.
potential future, because it is planned that there will be an extension of the parallel trail. And this, what it says in the letter is that that would be a place, so that rather than having to route the bicyclists along the highway, that they could be in the future routed along the future extension of the parallel trail. And because that potential exists, you don't need to take away all the parking on the east side of
Right,
Highway
okay,
1.
but that's, okay, now I understand why I'm
Yes.
confused, because that doesn't really apply to this, because that is the Caltrans issue. We are talking about,
Well, but the parallel trail is going to run right along this thing,
it's
right?
not proposed yet. We don't know.
I think it's a good point, though. Half Moon Bay struggled with this with the coastal trail, and that is when you route bikes along there, you're not just getting conventional bikes, you're getting e-bikes and different levels of motorized apparatus. So
All right, so right now, all right, what is in the letter and what do people want to change? What do you,
So when, in the discussion about the loss of parking, the east side of 1 is gonna potentially lose all this parking because of the Caltrans thing. So the point that was being made was when you view these projects together and their cumulative impact, the cumulative impact is significant because you're losing the parking lot because of this project. You're losing the parking along the east side of 1 because of the Caltrans project. And so there is an obligation of this.
right? So the sentence we have is there's no reason why bike traffic on the east side of Highway 1 could not be routed onto a continuation of the parallel trail, which does not exist.
Yeah. Yes.
And the parking on the east side of the highway preserved. I have no problem with that sentence. Does anybody have a problem with that sentence?
I'm just a little
Okay, so
nervous
let's just
about it.
leave that to go. It's already in the letter.
All right. Is there anything else that needs to be added?
Why the wetlands were not acknowledged? Well,
I have in the list here.
I think it is in there, right?
Let's see.
apparently plastic turf is out.
No, okay, thank you. What is it? Yeah, there was something about wetlands in there, but I don't remember what I put in there anymore. It was late when I wrote it.
The word wet only appears in connection with the sewer in the corrections. It's not in the body of the letter.
Okay, so what is it you want to say about wetlands?
He said that wetlands were not acknowledged.
Yeah, which wetlands?
I believe on the north side of the property.
There's a wetland on the north side of the property?
And also the work.
North side of the property. What?
Here, I'll show you.
I want to vote in 4 minutes. Whatever we have, we have.
So. In this area right here, so this RCD has acknowledged the wetlands. And there's other, potential wetlands.
So maybe
And there's been standing water there, that I've seen, and, you know, it's.
Okay, fine.
All right, let's not spend any more time on it.
Okay,
You know, it's habitat for the blue herring, everything.
So the bullet point is, we.
So I don't remember. what
Chris
does
is
it say
writing,
in
there
the-
are,
Not our letter, what does it say in the plan, the name about wetlands?
Wetlands?
so let me read you what Chris Rogers wrote. There are additional wetlands in the strip that the ISMND completely failed to mention, separate from the riparian areas. Dan is showing you the RCD map of this feature. So we have a reviewer with expertise saying they did not acknowledge additional wetlands. We're, I think, allowed to comment on that. I don't see it in our current draft of the letter, so that's a valid extra bullet point.
I agree.
Okay, hang on. All right, so, there are.
Just make a note, wetlands. You don't have to finish this tonight.
You could
You don't even have to
take
finish
the word in
tomorrow.
that Chris
We have until Friday,
gave you.
right?
Yeah, we have until Friday, so, no acknowledgement.
Who is the group?
I just need to make a.
Who is the group? You, Gus?
I don't know who the group is. He hasn't signed a group.
Dan, me, and Gus. That
Oh,
was the work list.
No acknowledgement of the additional wetlands on the north side of the property. Which have been identified by RCD.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, are there any other points that we need to add? Please say no.
No. Hearing none, I move that we authorize the chair to complete this letter, adding the bullet points and transmit it to the appropriate parties.
Yes,
Is there a second?
I do it. Second.
Okay.
Let's vote.
Okay, can we call a roll?
okay. Greg,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. We got a one from Ann. We got a yes from Ann.
Ann,
We got Dan and Dan at the same time.
okay, so Ann is a yes.
Yes.
Claire,
Yes.
myself, yes, Gus.
Yes.
Done.
Okay, great. Okay, this should be a fast discussion, Greg.
Okay, let me pull up. I gotta pull up, we have a request by the fire station
No, we're not.
in El Granada Fire Station to add an interpretive trail on the edge of their property. Can you see the map that I've put on the thing? Now, when I saw this, I thought, well, some impermeable space, some impermeable surfaces or semi-impermeable surfaces. But then I thought about the two other issues that we're dealing with in this area. One is, we still, to my knowledge, don't have the lights fixed at the El Granada Fire Station. Secondly, we have a need for parking. And guess what? Here's some land that could be used for parking. Now, that may be a stretch, but the point is, this is in the area where we've just been talking about the cumulative impacts and lack of parking. So my thought was, we should write back and say, We don't see the need for spending taxpayer money on this, right? We're about to have another park built. You know, there's Quarry Park nearby in the neighborhood. We do see a need to finish fixing the lights at the El Granada Fire Station. And we might see, depending upon a collaborative planning effort in the area, the need for more parking in that. So rather than just say, oh yeah, go ahead and do it, I don't see spending the money. So that's a personal opinion. I don't know what the council thinks about that.
Is this pre-planning or is this actually submitted as a proposal to be approved?
Coastal Development Permit application.
Oh, this is,
And the planning department has given us this summary sheet. Can you see it as I scroll?
yeah, no, I looked at this. Sorry, I'm just
They
tired.
call it minor modification. I don't disagree with that, but it just seems to me to be not needed.
Ridiculous?
Well, I don't want to say that. I'm just saying.
Claire has a comment.
Claire has comments.
Yeah.
Claire's muted though. Claire has muted comments.
Yeah, that'll be the day. Now, this was sent to us as a planning referral. It's going to the planning commission next week. They're not, when they send us planning referrals, they're not asking us, do we think it's a good idea? They're asking us how it fits into the planning regulations and standards and whatnot. So I think what Greg is saying is interesting. I don't think it's what they're asking for.
It just looks like landscaping to me. I'm okay with the landscaping if they want to do that.
So, Claire, do you recall, I don't recall at the moment, my computer has no battery. Was there any proposed lighting for this trail?
It was, as soon as it was sent to us, it was taken by Greg as his project, so I didn't even read it.
I didn't see any lighting.
I would suggest, so this was sent as a planning referral.
We can do it.
We can
as
make
that
our
if you
comments,
want to.
our comments are not limited to anything, or we can make comments.
Yeah, but I would suggest we let the working group that normally deals with planning referrals say
okay
whatever,
with
just let them do their job.
Well, that would make sense, except that they want this by like yesterday morning. So
June 18th, 2024, 6 days from now.
okay, all right, so we do have time to work on it.
But no, I had to bring it up because
No,
we
you
won't
know
have another
what?
meeting.
Any letter needs to be approved. Anything contentious needs to be approved by the council, not just a small group.
So do you feel this is contentious?
Yes.
Okay.
What about it is contentious?
What about it?
Yes.
Well, it seems to serve no real purpose. In fact, it's in the way of what is needed. And what is needed is a solid path.
That is a path.
It's a crooked path. Nobody's gonna use that.
You want a straight path?
Yes, because that's the way I walk, in a straight line.
So I think part of what I remember glancing through this quickly was that a straight path would represent some erosion issues and drainage, and this.
Solve it, engineer it.
Is this flat land or is it?
It's somewhat sloped. You tell me there's no path on a slope?
Which means from an ADA perspective.
We
it
do have a
probably has to
public
be.
comment, by the way. Steve Terry raised his hand.
Okay, well,
Look, hello, I was speaking and then I got interrupted. Can I finish? Sure. So, what there should be is a straight path, off, I would say 2 feet from the curb, a reasonable path that people can, walk down. I don't like the idea of a sidewalk. There has to be a sidewalk. I just don't like the idea of a sidewalk. More of a permeable, we don't need more concrete, a natural trail path. that could be cut in, but the way this is in now, that would be in the way of what is needed. So yes, I think that this is very contentious.
I think they were envisioning it as kind of a little parklet sort of thing.
Yeah, it's
not
an
as a-
interpretive trail. There's gotta be
Nobody-
signs and explaining things at the stops.
Right.
Yeah.
No, it's
like
the
it.
wrong place. No,
It's landscape.
no, that is more needed for people to get through from the neighborhood. Because they lose the parking at Surfers Beach, the visitors are gonna have to park 2 blocks up there, and they're gonna walk down that area, and they would prefer, your average person would prefer a straight line rather than doing this switchback.
It does connect to the bus stop, and that was part of the point of it.
Bus stop at
Bottom there.
yeah.
So yes, there's a bus stop
Yeah.
up on, whatever that street is. Alhambra. Yes, there is a bus stop there. But, the path from the bus stop down to the crosswalk shouldn't be so darn crooked. Because people need to move in a straight line. They're not gonna do this zigzag.
Who wants to comment?
So you object to an interpretive trail?
I don't know enough about it, and I don't think that, no. I mean, I like general interpretive signs, in general,
Okay.
yes. But here, question that. You got my opinion.
Okay, are any other council opinions before I open it to public comment? Great. All right, public comment. Steve, and then Jill.
Yeah, this is kind of almost comical, this thing. I was just noticing now that they even misspelled El Granada. I don't know if that's relevant or not, but it kind of shadows the whole thing. Like this is really idiotic. That's kind of if you wanted to sum it all up. Imagine this is a small piece of land. It's very sloped. Absolutely nobody is going to walk on this trail. The bus stop thing there is just a red herring. It's nice they're building out the bus stop because there's really nothing there, and people do use that as a bus stop. They're coming from El Granada to come here to catch the bus. They're not like walking up that trail. Also, currently there is like the outside path that's saying we may do a outside sidewalk. I think that's a good idea. I think you need that. Dan's got a good point. If you're going to do that, make it kind of like a nice thing, not just a big chunk of concrete. But people use the street to traverse this. This is a thoroughfare for pedestrians as well as cars. It's a heavy thoroughfare for cars. When you talked about your last agenda item, you can see from the aerial view, the zoom in aerial view of how it's just surrounded by busy streets. And that's the in and out access. That's the ingress egress to the whole town of southern part of El Granada. And it's busy as heck on morning traffic, afternoon traffic, and weekend traffic. And so the thinking that people are like visitors, I don't know, are going to come by here and use this thing is nonsense. Imagine like in Half Moon Bay where you hit Highway 1 and Main Street there, and there's that median that's like a 30-foot median. Imagine putting an interpretive trail in that median where all these cars are driving by. Do you think you probably get more use out of that because there's people crossing the street all the time than you would this one. This one, it's like surfers going down to the beach. It's folks walking their dogs getting down to the beach. They're not going to zigzag 20 times or half a dozen times zigzag to get that thing. They're just going to walk in the street like they do now because they're trying to get to the beach or get back from the beach. So this really serves nothing. This serves absolutely no purpose. It's maybe nice to landscape the property. Putting a sidewalk in there doesn't do anything. A sidewalk around the side might be nice. There's kind of a dirt trail now, but most people don't actually use the dirt trail. They use the street. From my experience of going past this every day, I just live a few blocks away, and so I see no purpose in this. And then the point that was made earlier, I think, is more important. Is the fire station is coming back? Fire district's coming back, saying, "Hey, we want to do more development," when we never really satisfied the conditions of approval on our last project with all the light shining off the property. I think for the money they want to put into this project, why not use that to fix the sidewalk lights on the fire station, which they have those huge 10-foot lights or whatever they are, 12-foot lights. and just replace those with bollards or something like that we talked about doing at the elementary school, which everybody was in agreement with. It would be really nice to have. I think that would be a better use of the effort for the fire station, and just to sort of let them slide on that one with doing this doesn't seem to make any bit of sense to me whatsoever. Nobody will use this. Absolutely nobody will use this because it's surrounded by very heavy traffic streets. So that's all my comments. Thanks a lot for listening.
I would add that it's scarring the landscape. It's a scar on the landscape.
We have Jill Grant.
Jill, you're up.
You ready? Okay, so I'm giggling here, but I completely agree with Steve Terry. He's right on. Everything he said is right on the money. That is a really steep hill, and people walk down it and they use the street. That zigzaggy sidewalk is crazy. The bus stop, okay, that could be nice. But take that money, it's quite a bit of money, and use it to do what you said you were going to do. Take out those 10 really tall, super brilliant, high security lighting and put in those beautiful amber bollards like they have downtown at the Half Moon Bay Station, the fire station. So that's just my comment. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments?
Yeah, we had one in chat, but it basically agreed with what they just said about the steepness of the slope.
Okay.
It's highly dangerous to cross Obispo from the light to the top of the hill there.
Great.
One thing you can't.
Wait, is there any other public comment?
I see no other
Great.
public comment.
Closing public comment. Fantastic. Yes, Dan?
One thing that you can't really capture from that plan view, looking down, is if you look from a perspective view, what's not captured there would be all these retaining walls, all this concrete walls, zigzag all over. It's just a cluster. It would essentially scar what is currently an acceptable landscape slope. It would just scar it all unnecessarily, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, I think we have a direction. I took notes. I'm happy to reflect that for our team to comment if you still want us to. Otherwise, if you want to draft a letter, we can.
I would move that now that we have, as a council, aired all our opinions on it, we delegate whatever response is going to be to the team that normally handles referrals.
I'll second that.
Yeah, we have to vote on that, or is that
Yes,
done?
yes, we're gonna have to vote on it because we agendized the topic.
Are you comfortable with that, Dan?
The other thing that really kind of bugs me is that this is unnecessarily being pushed on us. And this kind of behavior from planning will continue. And for everybody, they're always going to be saying, oh, you got to have it done in 2 weeks. You got to have it done next week. You got to have it done. So it creates a frustration and a racing and these types of problems for our council. So I think something needs to be added as far as, in the future, we'd appreciate more time to, and we need to do that on every letter because they're going to always tell you it needs to be done yesterday.
Are we ready for a vote?
Yes.
Muted,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Claire?
Sorry, Claire.
I wouldn't be at reverse at this point, since we've talked about everything. You just go ahead and send a letter now. If that's what people want to do.
I don't think we have time.
I don't feel the need to actually do it myself.
If it's due the 18th.
Yeah, that's what we're delegating that to you guys.
I'm saying, well, why don't we just vote on what Greg wrote or something?
I didn't write anything.
You want to vote on bullet points and then?
No, we already discussed it. Kimberly took notes. I'm happy to work with Kimberly to finalize the letter if Claire doesn't want to do it.
Okay, great.
Well, no.
We don't have a draft, Claire.
Okay, then we'll just do it. Okay, fine.
Great. Okay, great. So the motion stands. We are delegating to the usual referral committee to handle our combined response to this particular referral. To
Okay.
incorporate what we heard today. Although I just want to say, personally, where I am is this their land? They own this land? Is this their land?
Yeah.
Well,
this is what they want to do with
technically,
it?
there's public right of way there as well, right? I mean, it borders a very heavily trafficked roadway.
Right, and so I would just be like, I would just be like, fine, we want to do it. We just put the sidewalk along the side so that everybody who's like zooming by there can just use the normal sidewalk.
So just regular landscaping and sidewalks and proper drainage.
Yeah, that's personally where I understand there were a lot of other, you should feel free to incorporate the sense of the council. I just want to sort of publicly say, I'd just be like, fine, just put the sidewalk along the side so everybody who's like gonna normally walk straight and feel strongly about walking straight can do so, and then other than that, it's your land, do what you want to do with it.
Okay, I'm sufficiently bleary-eyed now that I've stopped
Are you ready to call for a vote?
absorbing.
Yeah, okay, great, let's call for the vote.
Okay, Greg,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Anne,
Yes.
Claire,
We didn't hear you,
we
Claire.
didn't hear you.
Yes.
Kimberly, yes.
Yes. Okay, that gets us to council activity. All I want to say about that is I went to the CRISP thing, as you heard from Marisol. I was under the impression, because I just was on a mailing list for it, I assumed everybody got the same, like, it didn't come to me addressed as chair or something. I was like on a, clearly just like a distro list, so I just assumed since I got it, everybody else got it. And then when I showed up and nobody else was there, I was like, oh, that seems odd. Or maybe everybody else is busy or something, but it sounds like maybe not everybody knew that was happening.
I didn't know.
What was it again?
The first CRISP meeting that
Oh, the
Ray
CRISP
called
meeting.
at his office there in the harbor.
I didn't know about it either until I saw the afterward.
Yeah, I can't go to everything that I'm invited
I'm asking for involvement.
to. I think.
No, I get that. I'm just curious, did you know that it was happening? Did you?
I think I saw somewhere, but, you know, I
No.
knew
No.
I had no idea.
Okay.
Maybe if you get these things, unless we can get something more smooth worked out, maybe you can just automatically forward them to us all.
I guess what, for the time being at least, I think if any of us get invited to something, we should just send a note to the MCC email saying, hey, I got invited to this, just in case nobody else did.
I was invited to every second and fourth Wednesday of the month, invited to these meetings. And it, you know, there's a lot of other stuff involved, right? Reading 200, there's only, you know, I'm not gonna burn myself out, and I highly recommend that others, you know, limit getting burnt out.
All I'm
Because-
saying.
Yeah, but the point is, we would like to know what.
Invited to something, and you notice that you've been invited to something, just let us know.
Let you know that I'm not gonna go?
Just let you know that you
you've
were
been
invited. Go or not go, I don't care, Dan, just.
It's just so someone can go if they want.
Well, okay, yeah, sure, if there's,
If you notice, if you happen to notice you've been invited to something, just forward it to the MCC thing.
yeah, I get a lot of spam. And,
Sure.
I miss emails.
No problem.
The best way to get a hold of me is calling me.
Cool. Just suggesting
Or
that
at
for
this
everybody. That's all I got for activity. It was a good meeting. It was good to see all the,
Thank you.
a lot of convergence on what things need to be done.
Claire has her hand raised.
Yes, Claire.
I have a question, I think, for you, Gus. I'm not muted. That thing we got from the county about our $3,000, are we supposed to vote on that?
Yes, but because it's not on the agenda, I have it on the, I've already made the next meeting's agenda, just like the shell of it, and I put that on there. So we'll vote on it next time.
Okay. I want to miss out on our $5,000.
Can we, raise? Can we go to?
Okay, does anybody else have council activity? No? Great. Yes, future agendas.
We got a an email that I think I copied you on from Skinner, who's a guy in Pescadero, talking about changes that Ray is talking about. He's wondering if we're gonna be affected. They're unspecified, but I'm gathering potentially serious changes to the advisory council.
I thought I heard something about their council getting maybe like trimmed, because there's a lot of them on that council.
So all I'm saying is,
Okay,
it
yeah.
could be a future agenda topic.
I'll also put it on my agenda for my next meeting with him to just ask if he has any
Pescadero?
thoughts about that with
The
us.
question is, are there changes that will affect us?
Okay, and then our next meeting, we will vote on it was nice to get the letter, which essentially formalizes what we've always been doing.
So we won't have a change then, it'll just keep going.
It's a letter that I think officially blesses what we've always been doing, and in fact does not involve any significant change from what we already
Can
do.
we ask for more money? $5,000.
We can.
So little, it's shocking when Chrislyn brought up how much just their
$2.5
initiative
million.
Mhm.
No, it was like 19 million, wasn't it?
Oh, I thought it was 2.5. Still anything with a million in it.
I mean,
It's
You want
not
to ask for
apples,
more?
it's not apples and apples though, right?
No, but what I would like to propose, and I was thinking about this earlier, is that when we have needs, like technical needs, like these worked great today, but if we, for instance, wanted to replace this at some point or have other technical needs, I think instead of taking that out of our measly 3,000, which probably wouldn't cover those kinds of things anyway, we should make a direct request to the county as a separate request.
Can you write a grant to the county? Is there a grant writing process? We'd like a grant to fix our thing.
This, not a grant, this is a direct financial request for the MCC
appropriation
to
for, okay, of
performance, duties.
I have no idea what the process is for asking for an appropriation for something, but.
I mean, I think it's reasonable, something like if we needed microphones and we wanted to purchase a new system, I think that's a reasonable request.
I have a potential agenda topic.
Yes, what is that?
To have a discussion with Marisol about the things we might want her help on and how she could work with us.
Okay.
Things we wanted to research, et
So
cetera.
we put that in the.
Yeah, I will. I'll put it in.
For instance, if we needed just an MCC laptop that is kind of maybe that's something that we would, those kinds of things, I think, that $3,000 won't go very far when so you get the gist of it.
That's reasonable, it seems reasonable to me, I have no idea if it'll get approved, but it seems reasonable, yeah.
I've like concern about an agenda topic in which we tell Marisol what we want. Because I don't know what her bandwidth is in terms of what she feels able to do.
Isn't that what the discussion should, like that's part of the
It is
discussion,
part of the
right?
discussion.
Like, to understand what her bandwidth is and what.
You gotta ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't want to dump a whole lot of stuff on her and then find out that she.
I don't think to be clear, I would not consider that meeting a meeting to dump a bunch of stuff on her. I would consider it a meeting to say, kind of, what is your bandwidth for engaging with us and what sorts of things do you envision? I mean, so she's coming to the meetings now and giving us updates, which is great. Does she?
She stayed for most of the
Yes,
meeting. That
she
was quite
stayed a long
impressive.
time tonight, given that she does not live here on the coast side.
Yeah.
Is there anything else in her vision of working with us beyond that? And
I think historically, the aides will come and give they will read a written
which she did
report, okay?
Yeah.
And they're here to just kind of take notes and just to be around. They're not gonna give you the hard answers. For those, you contact, or the chief of staff. And, That's my input.
Well, as long as we're doing it the way you're describing it, you guys, I think that's a valuable thing to do.
Yeah, I think, I don't want to do it just yet. I would think this is only her second meeting. Like, let's just like let her have a few more meetings, get her sense of, you know, what she.
You might want to ask Ray Mueller what questions you want to, we don't put her in a position, she's just, that's my thought, maybe, it's a suggestion. 'Cause
I'll
he
add
would, I mean, he's her boss, right?
List of things for Ray.
And
So the list of things for Ray was
X.
and what's going on.
I'm gonna adjourn this.
I move we adjourn.
Wait.
Seconded, let's out of here, we're out of here. We're done.
Okay, great. Go team.
I want
Go
to
ahead
save
and
the
say it.
chat.